for the... We don't have that. He's just coming.
Good afternoon, councillors, and welcome to the last meeting of 20. And let's hope 2021 is a lot better than what 2020 has been. For those who are watching on stream, welcome, and may you have a happy and peaceful Christmas for 2020, and also hopefully that 2021 will see your families in a much better position than what we have been in. Thank you to senior staff for your during the year, and hopefully we can get through this meeting, and the next meeting will be held in the council chambers with a refurbished council chambers during the beginning of February. All right, so I'll ask Councillor Ken Halstead to close this year's meeting by opening it with Welcome to Country.
I acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and pay my respect to elders both past and present. I also extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders present here today.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll actually I should Councillor Halstead say thank you, Councillor OAM, and congratulations for that award during the year.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
I will open with civic prayer. Almighty God, from whom comes every good and perfect gift, we give you thanks for the blessings you bestow upon us in this Shire. Grant to those who hold office in this council the spirit of justice and truth, of wisdom and charity, that mindful of our responsibility, we may promote the welfare of your people and advance the common good. We don't have any apologies. We have a full complement. And at this stage, without going any into it, Councillor, it's a shame that Councillor Mark Wood is not here to make up the 9 councillors. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor McLaughlin, then Councillor Turlin.
Look, in the notices of motion, Mr. Mayor, there's one there, I think it's 18.3. I think I've got that's if it goes forward, there might be an amendment that comes up, but if the motion comes forward, I will remove myself from that. I'll have a pecuniary interest because I have got a corner block and I do have a granny flat on it, and so I will leave it, but leave it at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. 18, as in notice of motion, is it? What item number?
I think it's 18.3.
Thank you.
Oh no, hang on. Yes, I think that's the one. 18.3.
18.3. Well, if you reread it, and I'll ask for you to you may be able to reconsider, but you've given your intent on that one. Councillor Turlin.
I'm just reading the mayoral minute that you're putting up, and I'm trying to understand it since it's only just been sent to us, as you mentioned in the briefing session.
Do you have a pecuniary interest or a non-pecuniary interest?
Just before you, what I'm trying to say is, does all councillors have a pecuniary interest in relation to this mayoral minute?
No, that is not correct. We have already, if you go to the website, you will see that we have complied with the request to council by the Office of Local Government. Would you like clarification from council, the acting general manager?
Mr. Mayor, the only comment I'll make is that this is an administrative requirement. We're required to do this. So there's no conflict of interest for councillors at all. It's a report. That's it. It's a very short report.
Okay, is there any other conflict or any other declarations of interest? Councillor Whipper?
Mr Mayor, I just thought I'd help Councillor McLaughlin. I think it was 18.1 that he was alluding to.
Correct, Mr Mayor. I just looked it up. It is 18.1. Thank you, Councillor Whipper.
Councillor Halstead, declaration of interest?
Why would I have one?
I don't know. I just saw your hand go up. That's why I didn't.
Oh, I'm not even on screen, so I don't know how you saw my hand go up. But anyway, sorry
yes,
about that.
yes, I can see you very clearly. Okay.
No, I can't see anyone else.
Okay, so we do move to the mayoral minute, which is a adoption of the minutes of held on the 25th of November. Somebody like to move the adoption of those minutes? Move Councillor Whipper, second Councillor McLaughlin. Any discussion? Then I put them all in favour. Those against, carried. Now we move to the mayoral minute, and it is a council's performance improvement audit compliance report. So we are duty bound to submit to the Office of Local Government, and that's what this minute is doing, acknowledging that we have carried out the request to this point of time from the office. So if that be the case, there is no need for a seconder, but I ask for adoption. All in favour, please raise your
question, Mr Mayor. Question.
Scandron has a question. Sorry, Councillor Scandron.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's the performance improvement order report for Norm Turkington, isn't it? It's not the one for Ian Reynolds.
No, it is as printed, and if you look to the OLG improvement order compliance report, which is attached, it is in relation to Mr. Reynolds and the dates that he was part of the committee meetings.
Right. Well, Mr. Reynolds is still yet to interview councillors, Mr Mayor. This
No,
Friday and Monday.
Is not to interview councillors. Mr. Reynolds is here to watch the meeting procedure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Mr. Norm Turkington will submit his report to the Office of Local Government by, I think it's mid-January. I received a letter from the Minister directed to me and the Acting General Manager outlining that she will be reviewing the reports from the for those officers, Mr. Turkington and Mr. Reynolds, and we'll come back to council once those reports have been received. And that was a letter.
Mr. Reynolds is watching today, is he?
Councillor Scan. That was a letter that was sent to me when I was on leave. Councillor Halstead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what this is about. I mean, you can talk about a performance improvement order, but I'm just wondering what the content of this is going to be, because sitting here now, I don't know how any councillor besides myself understands what is going to be submitted. I mean, what is Mr. Paul going to submit? That's really what I'm on about.
No, this is to acknowledge.
It's attached to the minute.
If you go to the back, Councillor Halstead, it says...
to the back of where? To the back of where, Mr. Mayor?
There's an attachment to the mayoral minute, Councillor Halstead, which is on council letterhead, which is 2 pages, front to back, which indicates how we've complied in terms of the performance improvement order in relation to the advisor, Mr. Reynolds' engagement with council.
Well, that might be the case, but I can't see what you're talking about. So how does anyone else see it? Where is it? The 2 pages you talk about, I can only see the 7.1, which is the mayoral minute. Where's the rest you're talking about? It's not in the business paper.
By email, Councillor. Sent by email.
Well, I'm not going to look on an email, for example, now while this meeting's going on. So can you just again briefly describe what it is?
I can read it.
I'll get
Thank you.
Acting General Manager to read out the
Thank you.
improvement order. Mr.
So this is a draft proposed document. It's headed up Performance Improvement Order Compliance Report. Performance Improvement Order issued 8th of September 2020. Period for compliance with order, 8th of September 2020 to 8th of January 2021. Date of progress report, 11th of December 2020. Terms of the order, and I probably won't read through those because that's just repeating what's in the order, if I'm okay with that. I can if you want me to, but it's just repeating what's in the order. And then it goes down to, well, I know I will read it, a compliance report. Council is to report to the Minister on the conduct at and of its meetings 4 months from the date of service of this order. The Minister for Local Government, the Honourable Shelley Hancock MP, the Minister, appointed Mr Ian Reynolds as temporary advisor to Wingecarribee Shire Council to 1. Attend council meetings for the purpose of providing advice and assistance to the chair in respect of meeting procedures and dealings with acts of disorder. 2. Provide advice and assistance to council for the purpose of ensuring that he complies with the performance improvement order. And the last item, monitor council's compliance with the performance improvement order. The next heading on this document is meetings. Mr Reynolds held the following meetings with the Mayor, Councillor Duncan Gare, Wednesday the 16th of September 2020, Tuesday the 22nd of September 2020, Wednesday the 28th of October 2020. Mr Reynolds held the following meetings with the Acting General Manager, Mr Barry Paul, Wednesday 16th of September 2020, Tuesday 22nd of September 2020, and Wednesday the 28th of October 2020, and Tuesday the 1st of December 2020 via phone conference. Mr Reynolds also met with the Deputy General Manager of Corporate Strategy and Development on Wednesday the 28th of October 2020. The next heading is council meetings. Mr Reynolds has attended the following council meetings: mayoral election on the 16th of September 2020, Wednesday the 28th of October 2020. Mr Reynolds has viewed the following council meetings online: Wednesday 23 September 2020, Wednesday 14 October 2020, Wednesday 11 November 2020, Wednesday 25th of November 2020. And the letter concludes, if you require further information, please do not hesitate to contact my office, etc. And it's signed Councillor Duncan Gare, Mayor, and Barry W. Paul, Acting General Manager. That's the sum total of the report.
Thank you.
Well, Mr Mayor, I'm happy with that. But I mean, that's the first time I've started it, and I'm up to date with all my emails. So I wonder when that was sent, because I hope now the rest of the council know what's in it.
Yeah, I was only advised of a mayoral minute today that it would be done.
Fine.
I'm a bit with you. I only cited it an hour ago.
So, councillors, I'll apologise. I'll take the cup under the ear for that one, because it was an oversight on my part to get it into the agenda, because the 11th of December is when this report has to be in, and I didn't get it in the agenda. So the only way I could really get it on the agenda easily was via a mayoral minute. So there's no subterfuge. As I said, I'll take the cup under the ear for it being a little bit dropped on you, but it's a very straightforward report. Mr Ian Reynolds will submit his own independent report. I don't get to see that. I don't believe the Mayor or any of the councils get to see that either. It goes straight to the Minister.
Okay, thanks. Through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for that. And I'm thankful for Barry's explanation. I'm not looking for anything here. I just, in terms of blaming anyone for anything, but we needed to view that on the screen, as do, quite frank, the public. And so now you've got it up, and that's good.
Just also to make councillors aware, you've been sent a link today. So you can go to the OLG website, and you've been sent a link, and the public can go there as well. And it shows all councils that are under a performance improvement order. It lists the performance improvement order. It lists the response that councils made. So this document will go on that website. And when the Office of Local Government assesses council's compliance, they do a compliance report. That will also be on the website. They are all public documents. So all of this is very transparent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Halstead. Councillor Scandrett and then Councillor Turtle.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So am I correct, Ian Reynolds is not observing this meeting? Is that what you were going to say?
I am under the impression he will either, if he's not viewing it now, he's not viewing it now, but he will be...
No, Mr Mayor, he's completed the number of meetings that he had to view. He'll be writing his report as we speak if he hasn't already done it.
And out of interest to you, so it's Mr Reynolds has contacted me today, and he wants to meet with me for a final session, and I haven't got the date. That has yet to be finalised. Councillor Turtle.
Could I finish my question, please?
I thought you had, Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you. And will you be issuing that mayoral minute via a media release, Mr. Mayor, so people can see the links?
No, well, it's in the business paper. It's just been broadcast. If people want to, no doubt you will do that on my behalf, Councillor Scandrett.
With your permission, I will. Thank you.
It is a public document, Councillor Turland.
We have been invited to meet Mr. Reynolds late this week and early next week. So how can any report be granted without Mr. Reynolds meeting us at this stage?
Mr. Reynolds has asked to meet with myself.
No, he hasn't. He's asked us as well, councillors.
Right. Well, I didn't know that, so that's good. Then that will be between you and Mr. Reynolds.
Well, how can you do a report when he hasn't met with us yet?
Because we are acknowledging what has been done.
Well, it hasn't been completed yet.
Councillor Turner, I guess you need to understand there are two parts to this. Council has to provide a compliance report. That's what this is. Mr. Ian Reynolds, the advisor, has to provide a report. He writes that. That's independent of council. So what this is doing, this is informing the Office of Local Government and the Minister how council has complied in terms of the performance improvement order. Now, we're statutorily required to do that under section 438F of the Local Government Act. That has to be lodged with the OLG by the 11th of December. So I have to have approval for this tonight, and I need to lodge it by the 11th of December.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but Mr. Mayor, when are you going to release the letter that you wrote to the OLG and your very special friend Shelley Hancock in relation to acts of disorder by councillors?
I take exception to the point where you make my very special friend. I have never met Minister Hancock. I spoke with her for the first time this year. I don't know what the date was, but to the inference that she is a special friend is a prefabrication on your part, Councillor.
I disagree with you. If you watch the interviews that she said that...
I am speaking.
And you butt in when I'm speaking.
Councillor Turland, you asked me a question. Please do not interrupt. And I will not be releasing that letter. That letter was addressed to Ms. Hancock. And the letter that I received from Ms. Hancock was addressed to myself. I do not ask for your personal letters that you write, Councillor Turland. And as such, I expect you not to ask for mine.
Well, I'll go to the court to get the letters released because you've mentioned certain councillors, and I will have that letter released. You have no right
that is your
and not release the letter when you wrote about councillors.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order.
I will be putting everybody on mute if there is continual challenging. All right?
There is no challenge. Point of order.
What is the point of order, Councillor Scandrett?
Mr. Mayor, could you confirm, or staff confirm, that correspondence from the Mayor is a public document?
That's not a point of order, Councillor.
Well, okay, that's what I'm querying. You've just said it's not a public document.
It is not a point of order. So
okay, so you're saying it's not a public. Are you saying it's not a public document?
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Kenneth, when you wrote it on council's letter.
Thank you, councillors. Now, it is there any further issues? Then I put the mayoral minute as for endorsement. All those, please raise your cards. Councillors Andrew, Halstead, McLaughlin, Nelson, Whipper and Gare. Those against? Councillors Scandrett and Turland. We move on to our public forum and we have post-exhibition report, proposed road closure, Park Waverley Parade, Mittagong, and Miss Marie Tyan will address council against the recommendation. So we'll be putting Marie Tyan on. Good afternoon, Ms. Tyan.
Our audio is just connecting, Mr. Mayor. There we go.
Okay, can you hear now, Ms. Tyne?
Yes, I can.
Okay, then you have been briefed, and I wish you all the best for the festive season as you commence your address. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Mayor and councillors, thank you for this opportunity to speak as the representative of many concerned residents. Firstly, we wish to remind you 87% of the submissions objected to the proposal and only 13% supported it. We, the objectors, had no opportunity to hold meetings due to COVID restrictions, while Frensham had their sophisticated communication networks. This is a growing area. Medium density infill is thriving. The trend is gaining pace. In contrast, Frensham's enrolment has averaged around 300 students for the past 50 years. It is the smallest high school in the Shire. We decided to reach out to Frensham knowing the extremely positive community spirit Frensham has demonstrated since its foundation. We were extremely surprised when Ms. Gillick told us they had been discussing the possible closure with council since 2004. Why? This was more than 10 years before there were any Frensham classrooms at Sturt. There are now 2 classrooms at Sturt. We are not downplaying the need for all students, indeed everyone, to be safe when crossing roads. Frensham and council are well aware that we strongly support the implementation of effective traffic calming measures. Traffic calming measures work. The only reason given for this closure is student safety on the crossing. Frensham has around 300 young ladies who are more than capable of crossing the road safely. We know that many of these young ladies walk unsupervised to the town centre, McDonald's and the marketplace. The traffic classifier's record that council officers use as the basis for their recommendations is for 1 2-week period. We believe this is totally inadequate. The report states that traffic section believes high volumes of students cross between the main campus and Sturt. There was no count of students. No evidence was provided. We question whether 300 students make up to 1,000 crossings each day to 2 classrooms, when all other classrooms, library, science facilities, music centre, halls, dining room, gymnasium, sporting fields, tennis courts, hockey fields, swimming pool and boarding houses are on the main campus either side of Range Road. We were assured by you, Mr. Mayor, and the Acting Deputy General Manager that the 2 issues, 1, the closure of Waverley Parade, 2, the acquisition of land for the new bridge and roundabout, were being considered separately. It is confusing, therefore, to find the word exchange used 3 times in council notes, thus conflating 2 issues. We wish to make absolutely clear we support the upgrade of the bridge and urge council to proceed via the compulsory acquisition protocols. It is of concern that some council officers and councillors are making assumptions and possible decisions about this matter without the experiential or historical knowledge that many of us have due to living in this area for up to 50 years and more. Fire risks cannot be ignored. The RFS and Fire and Rescue's failure to send submissions is extremely disappointing. Frensham and Waverley Parade are recognised as bushfire-prone areas. The 1939 bushfire had a devastating impact on our area. Buildings were destroyed in Waverley Parade and at Frensham. In 2002, homes were destroyed in Willowvale and many on the edge of Mittagong, only saved by water bombing. The highway was closed. In 2019-2020, fire came perilously close to Mittagong. We have been warned by leading scientists that the risk of unpredictable and catastrophic fire events is increasingly likely in coming years. We are fortunate to have so much beautiful bushland in this part of Mittagong, including Frensham's 440-acre campus. These bushland assets create an extreme natural risk in these times, even more than in the past. Waverley Parade must remain a public road open at all times for access to and from Range Road and for the traffic flow in the area. The Council has been generous in its support of Frensham School, including support of the Centenary Pool, access to it, and privatisation of 2/3 of Stanley Street, enabling the joining of 2 large sections of the campus. Frensham's attempt now to consolidate their landholding by joining the main campus with Sturt must be rejected. Mr. Mayor and councillors, we respectfully request, along with 87% of all respondents, that the proposal for the closure of Waverley Parade
time has expired. So thank you very much. It was a very forceful presentation, so thank you, and I'm sure councillors will take your comments. So we will now put you away, so to speak, but thank you, and we'll now move on to Ms. Julie Gillick, who will address council in support of the recommendation. So good morning, afternoon to you, Ms. Gillick, if you are there.
Mr. Mayor, will the bell be rung at 2 minutes?
The bell will be rung at the appropriate time. Yeah.
Couldn't hear the last one.
Okay, well, thank you. It was. Good afternoon, Ms. Gillick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you, I'll say this to you before you commence. I wish you very well, whatever you do in your future life, and your contribution to Frensham is to be recognised. So congratulations on your achievements. So
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Over to you now and for your address.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I think I perhaps should say first, we are now 360 students. We have 5 classrooms on the Sturt campus, and our reason for talking to you in 2004 was because we knew where we were heading with our usage of all of our facilities. But thank you for the opportunity today to speak in support of Council's recommended partial closure of Waverley Parade to secure a safe crossing for our students. I'd like to clarify that since the exhibition period commenced, we've met with neighbours and with Council to consider our response in relation to community concerns. Through the consultation process, I hope councillors will see that we have focused on what the school can do to minimise the impact on our neighbours of what is essential to the school: cars and student crossings separated by the partial road closure. The results of consultation have been the catalyst for Council's proposed covenants and restrictions on the closed road area. These would require the school, and we're happy for this to be required of us, to retain a formed road and vehicle access for emergency vehicles, for public utility and council, to retain the use of the closed road area for school parking so as not to add to parking in adjacent streets, and implement traffic management plans as required, and also to retain full public pedestrian access from Range Road through to Oxford Street. This means that the partial road closure does not change emergency vehicle access or current street parking capacity or current pedestrian access. Currently, every weekday between 7:30 a.m. and 9 p.m, there are up to 1,000 crossings of Waverley Parade. And yes, I could give council timetables that would confirm that. This is students going to mandatory design and technology classes, to senior art and design classes, or to Sturt Gallery and Sturt Studios. As we've confirmed with council, student crossings between Frensham and Sturt will only increase in years to come. Safety around schools experts are very clear that partial road closure, as recommended by council for Waverley Parade, provides certainty for students and drivers. And that's not achievable through the kind of traffic calming that has been suggested by neighbours. For Frensham, the partial road closure of Waverley Parade is to achieve one goal. And this can only be achieved with your support. Council's endorsement of the proposal today secures student safety. Frensham has always worked with the community and with council to achieve mutually positive outcomes, and we hope that this project is no exception. Whilst Frensham is a boarding school, we have a major local presence. 364 of our families are residents of the Wingecarribee Shire, This includes families of our children who attend our school and staff employed by our school, and is separate from our other families from all over New South Wales, interstate and overseas. Mr. Mayor, we've not called on our school families to speak to councillors. I'm speaking today for students and for staff who cross Waverley Parade every day. In one of the most challenging years in recent history for everyone, we're asking councillors to place student safety as the most important outcome of this afternoon's deliberations. In closing, I'd like to confirm the school's endorsement of the proposed covenants and restrictions noted in Council's report to reduce the impact on our neighbours of the partial road closure at Waverley Parade. Mr. Mayor and councillors, we remain committed to the bigger impact for the bigger picture. Our only goal is to secure student safety. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Ms. Gillick. And as you're aware, as a public forum, there are no questions from councillors, but thank you for your address. It is as compelling as those speaking against. So thank you, and may you have a good Christmas. We will put you out now. So
thank you. What a way to go.
Thank you. And we now move on to modification, condition updates and request for material change from concrete for pathway and Exeter Road, Exeter. And Ms. Madeline Malcolm will address council in support of the development. So I understand that Ms. Malcolm is coming on. Get you, that's better. That's better. You are now vertical. So good afternoon, Ms. Malcolm.
Good afternoon. Am I vertical?
You're vertical now. So I will ask you just to commence, and you know the drill. So it's over to you.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors and council staff for the opportunity to talk about the gravel pathway in the Vine Lodge subdivision. I won't take up too much of your time. The subdivision is located within the Vine Lodge Heritage Estate, in between the Vine Lodge heritage item and the Exeter Park, which is also a heritage item. The subject pathway is part of a landscape element that links the two heritage items, if you like, Vine Lodge and Exeter Park. When we made our Section 455 application, it was accompanied by a heritage study, a detailed heritage study, which recommended that this pathway be crushed gravel to preserve the rural and heritage character of the precinct. So it was disappointed that it wasn't approved that way. Council has a long, strong history of demonstrated understanding of the heritage importance of this site, going back to the early 2000s when we, working with council and state government, effectively had the site dezoned from approximately 50 lots to 25 to reduce the risk of overdevelopment in this heritage sensitive precinct. More recently, we worked with council to relocate the intersection of the new road to avoid any detrimental effect on the village. Council have agreed on a 6 metre wide pavement width for the new road in the subdivision, which I understand would normally be 9. And this was done because the council understood the importance of this road feeling more like a lane than a suburban thoroughfare. Council have also been supportive of our proposed dwelling design controls inspired by the Vine Lodge outbuildings. So there is this history of understanding of the context of the site, and therefore surprised that this pathway was not approved as being crushed gravel. In addition to this, council in consultation with local residents, have made admirable efforts over the last years to preserve the character of the village by ensuring that paving is crushed gravel and not concrete. So it would be completely inconsistent for council to insist on a concrete pathway and bright yellow bollards in what is essentially a low use, very sensitive heritage context. This position is supported not only by the heritage report that we submitted, but also by the many high calibre submissions that you would have received, including the Exeter Village Association. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Malcolm.
Thanks.
Again, you know there'll be no questions for Council. So we will put you again out to pasture, so to speak, and we will continue with the business paper.
Just
Lovely,
a question, if I can I have a question?
No questions.
No, not to the administration here. Why were these not visitor items instead of a public forum where we could ask a question?
Well, my understanding is the one for Waverley Parade can only be DA applications. As for Exeter, visitor items are only permitted for DA applications, but I will ask the staff to address point 2 that you raised. Mr. Paul or Mr. Pepping?
Yeah, I can answer that, Mr. Mayor. Because it's a modification to the application, and at the time, council considered the assessment of it, put the report. Miss Madeline Malcolm obviously has chosen to make representations in support of the recommendation. It's because it wasn't an exhibition or anything like that. There was no objectors, no applicant situation that would warrant it being a visitor item. Needless to say that everyone has an opportunity to speak on any item in the business paper through public forum anyway, to put their case forward without the need of questions.
Yes, but in relation to Waverley Parade, I understand that. It should have been a visitor item.
No, it wasn't, Councillor Turland, it wasn't a DA. That is a request, but it wasn't put in as a DA. That is when people can address council in relation to the DA itself. So
it's a modification for a DA, which means it's an LUA number, which means it's a modification.
Okay, the staff have chosen not to agree with you, and as such, that is why it's been put up as a public forum. So I'm not going to take any more comment on it. Otherwise we'll just debate this. We will now move on to 9.1, which is the page 2, 9.1, modified development consent 19/143901. Information and Education Facility, Kirkland Road, Bowral. And Mr. Craig Robson will address council in support of this development. So, we've got a whole heap of questions in relation to it before we have a speaker. So the questions in relation to it, we normally take the speaker and then we take questions. So if it's anything to do with the DA, I will ask that you hold off until Mr. Robson has spoken, and then you can pose the question to him, and then we'll have the objector and then the introduction. So is there anybody who has any questions in relation to the format of the agenda? Okay, then we will put Mr. Robson on. Mr. Councillor Scandrett. You're on mute, Councillor Scandrett.
Just to ask if we would be doing an introduction when the time comes. Thank
you. Yes, we will. We will have for and against and the introduction.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Robson will be coming on. He's joining at the moment. Good afternoon, Mr. Robson. We're still waiting for him to hook up.
There we go.
Okay, can you hear Mr. Robson?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon to you, and I wish your family all the very best for the festive season coming up, and you may commence your address now, Mr. Robson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The same for you, family, and the council's families as well. Respectfully addressing you as elected representatives of the community who had the obligation to do the best possible for the Wingecarribee voters. Hopefully using your mission statement, understand, see, but at times you need to make.
We are having a great deal of trouble with your audio, Mr. Robson.
Bills. Okay. How can we correct that?
That should be right now.
That should be okay now. So you may wish to. I will allow you.
How about that?
I will allow you to recommence from the beginning if you wish to. Because some councillors may have missed out, so you may start again, Mr. Robson, if you wish.
Eyes are not crash hot, as you know.
Let me see if I'm getting on service.
We're going, Mr. Robson. We will ring you.
Can you hear me?
No, only intermittently. So we're calling you on your mobile, and if you have your mobile handy, if you we won't have you on live stream. We'll take your address through your mobile, and that will then be transmitted to councillors. So we're just calling you up.
Yeah, and I'll do it mobile 0419.
Don't tell us.
No, hang up, because we've got you ringing. We're ringing you right this very minute.
Okay, but I'm on computer.
That's all right. Then your mobile should be going. Answer your mobile.
No, I'm currently it's not ready either. I can't get it. Have you got the applicants?
I've just asked for it. Isn't it fine?
So it's gone to voice file.
No,
just bear with us, Mr. Robson.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you seem to be coming through better now.
Yeah, well, you're on mobile, whereas previously you're on my computer.
Okay, then you're doing well. We can't see you, but we can hear you much more clearly. So if you continue, and if we have any more technical difficulties, we'll give you a call. So away you go. I am very pleased, Councillor, that this is going to be our last Zoom meeting. It's frustrating for both councillors, staff, and the applicant. So, but we just can't do anything about it.
Mr. Mayor, on my screen, Mr. Robson is shown as muted.
Then he may have muted himself. I don't know. No, he's not on the screen. Mr.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Now we can hear you again.
He's unmuted now.
All right, I'm on both phone and computer, so you should have a little bit of success.
Yes,
okay. I'm respectfully addressing you as elected representatives of the community who have had the obligation to do the best possible for Wingecarribee voters, hopefully using your mission statement, working with you. I do understand that you have professional people working with WSC but at times you need to make overriding community-focused decisions. $296,000, $70,000, $15,469.30, all questionable and asked for, or $0, using council's words, may be significantly higher and legitimately greater, again, than $70,000. These are amounts that have been asked that we may have to pay. What basis can any business have to make decisions that result in success being subject to these unprofessional vagaries? One of our linked approvals is ridiculous in that for a trial period of 18 months, and then the DA fully pay any of these amounts, we could lose any contribution paid should an unobtainable council law be brought in at that time. We are not avoiding any community obligations. We are happy to pay our own way, as often mentioned. We, as most of you know, through my persistent emails, have a unique museum with references that cannot be bettered, e.g. Powerhouse and overseas sources. Many books and references have been written regarding our instruments. It is the equivalent of a Guggenheim in its field. It is the only one. We are self-funded and we have been given no grants. We are a popular destination. We have a wider appeal than the Bradman Museum, which you all know runs at a ratepayer's loss. We have been offered substantial financial incentives to establish in other communities, both close to Wingecarribee and international. If you look at the failure of vibrancy in the Southern Highlands, there must be a reason. And I believe it is the inability to be communicative and flexible by the council. We have been waiting 2 years for approvals, lodged pre-bushfire, pre-COVID, with next to no income, but doing charity work, including your own council's Christmas message, your Tourist Bureau messages, your pie time, doing them for charity. During our endeavours to have a suitable DA, we appointed an excellent team, excellently qualified architects, legal representatives, and an independent, excellent planning professional. All of these experts agree our premises, including on-site parking, agree with council regulations. Plus, we have at least 50 new parking spaces outside the premises. So everything conforms. We had one visit from an independent officer who put a $296,000 contribution on what he saw. I think he did it because what he saw. This reduced to $70,000 after review, but our experienced architect contends the maximum should be $7,800 each for both water and sewer. Even this amount, he contends, is very questionable. This was dismissed by the council, so I have a QC that we obtained an advice from, and he is of the opinion that our architect is correct. So I guess the council has a problem there. It can be seen that we have a legitimate reason for waiving this contribution. You have read the council's objections. In our advisor's opinion, water is metered and a water usage will be shown to be the same, if not less, than this meter. The DA removes from this premises a vulcanising rubber factory with heavy police.
Mr. Robson.
Your attention.
Mr. Robson. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Robson, your time has expired as a visitor item. If you can still hear me, can you hear me? I'll ask councillors to give you questions if you're willing to answer. Can you hear me, Mr. Robson? No, we don't seem to be able to get...
Are you gonna hear? I can hear you.
Okay. Councillors, are there any questions for Mr. Robson? Councillor Scandrett, then Councillor Turl.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I didn't hear the warning bell. What time was it given?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
No warning bell.
There's no warning bell. There is just a bell. 5 minutes.
Right. Well, just so you know, it doesn't come through, and the tape will show that. I always thought we gave an advance warning. Mr. Robson, could you just explain about you said to me you're the third top collection in the world of historical vintage fairground musical equipment and the like, and also could you talk about your apprenticeship plan to programs for apprenticeship and apprentices?
No, just the one question, Mr.
That was the one question.
No, it wasn't. It was two parts, Councillor Scandrett.
Oh,
so, Mr. Robson, can you comment on the comment from Councillor Scandrett?
I'll have the apprenticeship question, please.
Okay, on the apprenticeship question.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Over.
Okay.
Great. Let's have those questions, please, sir.
Okay, the question is your apprenticeship program, which you are intending to put in place.
Specialised tradespeople working here who are very happy, and we wish to put that into place for the future generation of the quality instruments we have.
Thank you very much.
We also have, just on that basis, I should mention, no other place around here has been charged this contribution in local developments. And that's important.
Well, Mr. Robson, we're just addressing the jobs at the moment, so I'll move over to Councillor Turwin's question.
How many bathroom facilities or pans do you have in the facility at the moment? Men's and ladies' toilets?
Well, the only thing that we have to do to conform in any way is that we have an oversupply of showers. We are changing one of those showers to 2 urinals. Plus, we have a toilet, what do you call it? Not handicapped, ambient toilet that was approved as an ambient toilet, but we just have to change that over to a disabled toilet. That's the only thing we need. Bear in mind, we're only talking 80 people to 100 people. It's not a whole lot of people. All parking's on site.
Yeah, no, I get all that, but you just explained to me you're changing 2 showers to 2 urinals.
And one becomes one disabled toilet.
One disabled. So 2 showers turned into 1 disabled toilet.
1 shower to 2 urinals.
So there's no more showers on site?
Yeah. All right. So thank you for that. If there's no more questions, I'll put you, hang on, Councillor Nelson has a question.
Yeah, yes, my question is, you're objecting to paying $70,000. My understanding is you mentioned you would be happy to pay 2 lots of 7,000 something. Would that be 15,000 you'd be happy to pay?
Mr. Robson?
What the right amount is, it's questionable and can be tested by our accountants and our lawyers. And we've got 5 amounts you've asked for. That's not fair to anybody.
What amount are you happy with?
0. We bring more community than 5.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. We are having a bit of difficulty, but thank you very much for your address. We'll go to presentation from council staff and then questions from councillors to council staff. Mr. Wilton.
Through the Chair, the purpose of this report is to consider a section 4.55 modification application that seeks consent to modify DA 191439.01 as an approved information, education facility and function centre at 93 to 95 Kirkham Road, Barra. Council to be aware that the original DA was determined on the 27th of June 2019 by way of refusal, citing issues concerning car parking, lack of information concerning traffic analysis, a reduction of on-street parking supply and potential unmanageable impacts on surrounding commercial development. The applicant later lodged a Section 8.2 review on the 9th of July 2019, seeking a review of the earlier decision, which was later granted approval subject to conditions on the 1st of August 2019 by full council. As part of the conditions applied, council imposed a condition of development consent under condition 14 that required a certificate of compliance to be issued in relation to development under section 306(3) of the Water Management Act 2000 prior to the issue of a construction certificate. The certificate of compliance requires the payment of contributions levied under Council's Water and Sewer Development Services Plan in the order of $70,000 for increased demand on Council's water and sewer headworks. Council's research indicates that former use of the site was for warehousing of retail automotive tyres and consisted of 4 employees working from that site. It is expected that the change of use to an information, education and function centre will increase the demand on Council's sewer and water infrastructure, significantly based on the expected numbers of patrons, which has resulted in the calculation of the expected equivalent tenements. The applicant has lodged a section 4.55 application seeking to delete condition number 14. As council must levy the development strictly in accordance with the requirements of the DSP, council staff have recommended not to support the application on this occasion.
Questions to council staff. Councillor Tyrrell. You're on mute, councillor.
I see you've dropped it from 13.48 to 6.35. Sorry?
I'll just say I've got Councillor Nelson. Councillor Tyrrell.
6.35 in tenements. The water and sewer contributions on page 5. One in tenements worth about 10,500, is it not? Each one of them, sewer about 10, 5, and I think water's about the same. Is that correct?
To the Chair, that is correct.
So how does 6 times 3.5 divide into 35,000, 76,900? Doesn't make sense.
I'll ask Mr. Park to make comment to that. Mr. Park.
Thank you, good Chair. Councillors, the total EPs for the development prior to providing a discount was calculated at 6.35 EPs. A discount was provided to the development based on the fact that it did not contain a commercial kitchen and that they had limited operating hours. So in accordance with council policy, we provided a discount to the EPs. We ended up from memory at 3.15 EPs, 3.175 EPs. Which worked out to be approximately $70,000 in total.
Okay, so the different formula was discounted in relation to which was first thought of a commercial kitchen and...
So it was provided a discount because there was no commercial kitchen and there was limited hours associated with it, so it wasn't going to operate 24 hours.
Okay, Councillor Nelson, and then Councillor Scandrett.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if the staff could answer this, but could council make a public contribution towards the fees that are involved, similar to what they did for the Empire Cinema many years ago, when we gave them a community benefit to go from 1 theatre to 3 theatres?
Well, my memory says that's a little bit different. That was building over airspace the council had the right to claim. Remembering that we had airspace which we charged a fee for in relation to Mittagong Central, I believe, last year. I think we had a contribution from the balcony space that was over the footpath. But that is a question that
Mr. Mayor, that was a fair while ago, but there was actually a contribution made by council on the basis that it would community good. If that building is ever not operated as a theatre, my understanding is if it goes back to some sort of retail or commercial, then that is repayable. But it was on the basis of the community good that council made a contribution. So there is some precedent, but if we were to go down that path, we'd have to advertise this because it's making a contribution to a commercial operator, 356 under local government. We have to advertise for 28 days and go through that process. And that's not to say council can't do that. There was always a way to do it, but there is a process. And if you were to go down that path, then you're not waiving the fees, you're recognising the community benefit of this particular development.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Scandrett.
Question from Mr. Wilton. As I understand it, and I visited the premises a couple of Saturdays ago, the number of 4 people you speak about was for the office at the front of the building, which is quite a large space, where the application refers to function space being a small part of the whole warehouse, which is mostly storage. Can you comment on whether there were 2 uses originally like that, 4 people in the office?
Through the Chair, the reference to 4 people was in relation to the former use on the site. We weren't referring to the current use. The current use is in relation to patrons that will be visiting that site.
Yes, I know that, Mr. Wilton, but that's what I wanted to tie down, is that it was 4 people in the very large office at the front, which has its own toilets. Could you, again, look at that, please?
I can answer that.
I'll go to Mr. Peffing.
Councillor, I have the files in front of me. When the factory was approved in 1995 and built in 1997, the operator had 4 employees for the purposes of warehousing. That's the number of employees that were on the site. The number of car parking spaces were 9. It was confirmed that from time to time there might have been extra staff come in to do stuff, but his full-time equivalent was 4 staff.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor McLaughlin.
I was happy to move a recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, any more questions? Councillor Turl, one more question.
Yes, and I'll then also compete for a moving of a amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Turl and then Councillor Nelson.
I was going to move the amendment as an amendment number 2.
I'll second that.
Well, I've got a question.
Yeah, we're still on questions. Can I ask councillors, it ends up in a bun fight.
Yeah.
Can I ask councillors to wait until questions are finished? Then I will ask for a recommendation, and that is the one that is printed, unless there is another recommendation to be moved. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, Mr. Robson mentioned that the car parking, he accommodated it on site. Now, I don't think that's what the report says. Could I just clarify, the the requirement for car parking and what impact that has.
Mr. Park, who is going to answer that? Okay, Mr. Pepping will answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From memory, when the factory building was originally built, the car parking was at the rear of the site, and there was an awning that was put over the driveway that goes to the rear, which the previous tenant was able to move vehicles down there, and that's where the employees and visitors to the site. The front area in front of the factory on the plans is designated as a turning area. Subsequently, the new tenant, Mr. Robson, or the new owner, has occupied that area that would have gone to the rear, and there's really no access to get to the car parking spaces, and council staff in their assessment concurred that there is no heavy vehicles loading and unloading on that site anymore. So what was originally the turning area was satisfied to be some provision of on-site parking, but it was acknowledged that there is the availability of on-street parking. And council might recall that for the purposes of the function facilities that Mr. Robson wishes to do during the day and extend the hours, council agreed to a 3-year trial period to see if there was any concerns with other businesses about the amount of on-street parking. So that consent or that amendment was passed by council, but as Mr. Robson said, this matter of the DSP charges hasn't been settled, hasn't been paid, and then in effect, the development consent can't operate until those costs are resolved.
Okay, that answers the question. Councillor Andrews, a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through acting gentleman, a question to staff. Could please someone just tell me the consequence of the removal of condition 14?
Okay, what is the removal of 14, please?
So I can answer that, Mr. Mayor. So, councillor, so if council removes those charges, that's $70,000 in total. It means that Mr. Robson would not need to pay those charges. The reason for it coming to council is that the staff do not have the delegation to waive those charges because council has set a policy under the development services plan that those charges have to be charged. If council wishes to remove those, they can do so. But as Mr. Paul said, it is a benefit to a commercial operator, and council would have to give public notice under section 356 of the Local Government Act, giving public notice that someone is getting a financial benefit out of the council's decision to waive those fees.
Okay, so we have a recommendation that Councillor McLaughlin is moving, which is?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I speak to it? Yeah, it's a recommendation as printed.
Right. Do you have a seconder? At this stage, you do not have a. Do we have a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Whipper has seconded.
Thank you.
We now have a motion, an amendment, moving by Councillor Turlin, and the amendment is and seconded by Councillor Scandrett. And the amendment, Councillor Turlin?
Option 2 on page 14.
And that is that number be approved with the
removal of condition 14.
Being removed. It's a direct negative, so you'll have to give a foreshadowed motion.
No, Mr. Mayor, could I just speak that I think Councillor Turlin, if you put a fee of $1 there, that will satisfy it not being a direct negative.
Interesting. Good call.
It is still a direct negative. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you.
A change in the amount, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McLaughlin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think all councillors would have liked to have supported this, but we're not in the business of picking winners. And I think council staff have rightly said this would open Pandora's box if we allowed developers not to have to pay the contribution as required. Councillor Nelson came up with a very good suggestion that might be appropriate, and I'd like to see where that could go. I would like to see this go forward. I've met with Mr. Robson myself, and I said, you've got an approval, just get on with it. But unfortunately, the last I heard from Mr. Robson, he was moving his unique collection to another shire. But now he's back again, and I'm sorry, but you know, I've driven down that road just recently. Now that we've done all that parking, it's absolutely amazing how many cars are parked there through the day. I really think there will be a problem with parking, and given what we've heard about, you know, the amount of people that this will draw to the site, even if most of them come by bus, there will still be, I think, problems with the traffic. So unfortunately, I'm moving this recommendation, and I was just hoping Mr. Robson could find his way. He's had approval, and when I met with him, I said, look, you've got approval, get on with this, just pay the money. You'd make it back in no time. But Mr. Robson seems to want this to be given gratis to him, and I don't think we're in that business. We'd like to support him, but then again, we can't pick winners, Mr. Mayor, on things like this. We have to look after the, you know, all businesses. They all have to pay the due amount to carry on a business in the Shire, and especially that close to town. So I'll leave it at that. But I'm sorry not to be able to support it, but I wish it was a different recommendation, but that's how it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, a speaker against, I've got Councillor Nelson, so he put his hand up first. So are you speaking for or against the recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add to the recommendation concerning about the community benefit, if I may. Let's see if that was acceptable.
Well, let's just get the recommendation up, which is there. Now, what wording do you wish to add to it?
Just to continue on with, and that the acting general manager discuss an amount of community benefit that could be applied in this matter with the applicant.
Well, it wouldn't be with the applicant, it would be determined by council as what they would determine the community benefit would be. I don't think you work with the...
possibly, and then a report back to council on that matter.
I'm happy to accept that.
Just
check with the staff.
Okay, so that number 2. This is the motion. Yeah, that's the one that's up there.
So he's talking to the motion.
He's talking to the motion.
Yeah.
Right, number 2.
Yeah, 2 is the motion.
Now make that number 2.
We'll make it a number 2.
And then make what you put it there. Yeah. That's it. And discuss the community benefit that could be applied to this matter with the applicant. Is that permitted?
Well, he's got it. He's got a brief.
I'm asking for clarification to see whether this is part of council's role to discuss with the applicant or not. Mr. Pepping.
Well, I might make a comment. I mean, I think Mr. Robson's made his point very clear tonight. He says the community benefit is 70 grand. He doesn't want to pay the fee. So,
okay, no, I'm not asking that. I am asking, can the applicant be approached as per the resolution?
Yes, he can, but he's made his position very clear.
No, right.
Could I just say, Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Robson did speak in terms of an amount of money that he was prepared to pay. I thought it was 15,000. Although he said 0, I do believe that there is a community benefit with this matter, and we could possibly find out or give him leeway to come back with an amount, and then that could be reported back to council.
Well, Councillor McLaughlin has to accept that as point 2.
Happy to accept that, Mr. Mayor. Happy to accept that.
Okay, and is Councillor Whipper as the seconder happy to accept that? Yes. Councillor Turland and then Councillor Skipper. Are you speaking for or against?
I'm speaking against the motion and for the foreshadowed, but I just want a clarification. Number 2 does not make sense when you're going to refuse it. How can you refuse it then go and talk to him for a benefit? It does not make sense.
That is a question to the mover, and it's a fair point. There's the move, the recommendation. You could say that it be deferred, subject to. Or a motion arising. Councillor McLaughlin, would you be prepared to move that the be refused until the acting general manager discusses an amount of community benefit that could be applied to this?
Yep. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. Or be deferred. Or be deferred. Maybe deferred might be better. Councillor Nelson, what do you think? Maybe defer it? Maybe defer instead of refuse it?
Councillor,
yeah, okay.
Yes.
Now you have the next problem. No, you have a next problem is the motion that's been changed is now not a direct need.
Excuse me, it is Councillor McLaughlin's motion. Councillor McLaughlin can word it the way he wants. It's up to council to then vote on it and make a decision.
It does not. You can't have now the foreshadow. It's not a foreshadow. It becomes an amendment because there is no direct need.
Turland, please listen to the chair and allow the mover of the recommendation to put it together the way he wants. If you don't like it, then you vote against it. But it's up to the mover. If it's legal, it can be put before council.
It cannot be because the foreshadow becomes amendment, which we go, you've got it wrong. Can I have a clarification from staff on what I'm saying?
Councillor Turland, I am ruling that the motion that Councillor McLaughlin is moving is legal, and he is moving the motion. You are moving showing a foreshadowed motion.
A point of order then, I'm asking for staff to clarify with what I've said.
What he's trying to say, Mr Mayor, is that with the change to the motion, that he's proposed what is a foreshadowed amendment would now be put forward as an amendment because it's not
yes, well, that can be fine, but please let the motion go up until the mover and seconder are happy with it.
If you keep, you should know the rules by now. It's so clear.
Councillor Turland, no, should you?
I do know the rules. Obviously, you didn't just then. You've confused it.
Councillor Turland, I am waiting for Councillor McLaughlin to be happy with his motion, then he can move and speak to it. If you want to then move your recommendation of an amendment, that's up to you. Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor McLaughlin, you're on mute.
Mute. Hang on, someone unmuted me. And look, I'm very happy with that. As I said, and I thank Councillor Nelson for...
He's already spoken.
Oh, look.
He can't speak twice to his motion.
Councillor Turland, he has not spoken.
He has spoken to his motion. Just because he amended it, he can't speak twice to it. You know that.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think this could suit. We could all support this because what it does now gives us the opportunity to go back to the developer to see that we can come up with a solution to keep him in the Shire without him paying the amount of money he's not happy with. And that came from Councillor Nelson. It's been seconded by Councillor Whipper, and we're happy with it. So I'm happy with it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Turley. You're on. Councillor.
No, I'm not on mute. Now, the amendment will have to be put first because it's not a direct negative. That's right. Get that correct.
Yes.
So I was correct from the start. Now, at this point in time, we know that the owner, the previous owner, has paid the right fees at that time for the work that needed to be undertaken for the toilets, bathrooms and showers.
I'll get clarification on that. Mr. Pepe.
At the time, Councillor, there was no fees paid because there was no plan that Council had for development services plans charges.
Right,
so back in 19, I wrote it here, 97, I think you said.
1994.
94, no fees were paid.
Yep, there you go. Now, are you moving the amendment, Councillor Turley?
I've always moved the amendment. Now it's been corrected.
It couldn't be moved initially because it was a direct negative, and it had to be an upcoming motion. So, are you moving it now because it is not permissible?
It's exactly what I was saying the whole time to you. Anyway, we are now in the position you've got it right. Now I'll start my debating, if I can, in relation to the amendment. And the amendment is quite clear. This is a development that is going to survive.
Oh, geez. Councillor Turley. Councillor Scanlon, are you still happy to second it as it is now that the motion has been altered? Yes. Councillor Turley, you have the floor.
Just check to make sure I'm not muted. This is a development that is for the Shire-wide for tourism. The benefit to the community is huge. You know, we've given funds in theory to the Bradman Museum, which is in theory non-profit, but provides a huge benefit to the community. I can't see how this is going to make a lot of money for Mr. Robson. He's not going to make a fortune out of it. It's actually his passion to provide a service, and the tourism benefits to our community will be huge. The 1 point something in tenements, which add to the $70,000, I'm sure council's not going to go broke on $192 million in banks in relation to the funds that have been put aside for Section 94s, sewer upgrades, water upgrades, roads, and everything else, Section 94s and Section 64s. This is a Section 64 claim. This is not going to break the bank of the council, $70,000, and it's questionable, as Mr. Robson says. The benefit to this community will be huge. The benefit to tourism will be huge. After the bushfires last year and COVID-19 through the part of this year, this Shire and Australia and worldwide have suffered. This is a time that we should be moving forward and granting somebody who's put a life and all his funds into producing a world-class tourism attraction. Opportunity we should not lose. We have our destination, Southern Highlands destination strategy, and this will be linked into the strategy as one of our benefits that we should be supporting. Councillors, it's not going to send the council broke with $192 million in banks. We can afford to let this go forward. And as it says, council, in accordance with Section 356, the Local Government Act, will give the public notice of the financial benefit. It's clear the public will have an opportunity for their voice as well. Don't lose this opportunity. It doesn't come across the table very often. It's such a fantastic tourism attraction.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers for the recommendation? Councillor Whipper has his hand up. So does Councillor Scandrett and Councillor Andrews. So
Thank you,
I'll vote Councillor Whipper because I believe he seconded the motion. So you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I don't think anybody would argue that this is not a worthy project to support. I believe the motion is put forward gives the opportunity to have serious discussions about some sort of contribution. My concern is that if we do start to set a precedent like this, it may be 70,000 that we're giving away, but that is community's money. Say, you know, somebody who's developing a greenfield site and sees that there's a public benefit to that because they might put, I don't know, you know, sort of a coffee shop or something in there, or a charity store. Do we make allowances for them? Do we give consideration to them? I mean, councillors, seriously, if we were talking here about a youth refuge or a women's shelter or something that had a direct housing for homelessness, a direct benefit to the community, that had some sort of social implications, I think I could support it a lot easier. But when we're setting a precedent where businesses and or stroke developers can get a windfall, I think we've got to take an err on the side of caution. To hear the applicant say he didn't want to pay anything, I think should bring some alarm bells to somebody. And I think to have a meaningful discussion to maybe work out what is a fair contribution is fine. But as we know, that will need to go out to community, and the community might have ideas about how they would like to see $70,000 spent within this community or invested in this community. So I'm happy to support the motion. I believe there's an opportunity to talk to the developer, to Mr. Robson, and to see what might be a fair contribution for him to make, because like it or not, them's the rules. And I don't know how many times we've been sort of blindsided by the rules, but we all face it all the time, and we have to live within those rules and we have to operate within those rules. So just to indiscriminately say, yeah, we'll do it this time. As I said, if this had some social benefit, I might be sort of considering it differently. But when we're talking about a business, I think we just need to be careful, councillor. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Scandrett, then Councillor Andrews.
Right, speaking against the motion, of course, it's not a business. And if any of you had been down there, you would realise it's a labour of love. He has volunteers working down there, Councillor Whipper. He wants to have apprentices down there developing fine art trades that have been almost lost in this country. He brought in a specialist painter to repaint the carousel from Luna Park that's down there. That painter came from the UK. This is a landmark thing. I've talked him into coming back for another go. I was the one who went to him when he didn't buy Franklin Street and was offered accommodation in other shires at $1 a year. Other shires have now talked to him and said, come to us, what will it take? Now, I know Goulburn, for example, and I'm not saying they've offered, but they have provided incentives to good businesses going into their shire by adjusting their Section 94 and other contributions. We've done the same in the economic development zone with some of the proposals there by classifying them quite carefully. That's what this request is. And Councillor McLaughlin, you say he'll make this back in no time. Do you have any idea what he charges for his visitations when the pensioners come in on the buses from all over the state, particularly from Sydney? And as Councillor Turlin said, this is part of our destination strategy. We would think it would be, the aims are consistent. Well, the pensioners, when they come down, they get a cup of tea out of an urn and a cupcake bought from Coles, Bowral, and they get a guided tour of a facility, and just turning on the lights alone. And if you've been in there when it's all powered up, you would realise the electricity bill for those 2-hour tours is huge. Now, shortly, I'm going to ask for a photo to be put up about the parking. I hope that can be made ready through Miss Richardson. But I have to say here, this is likely to end up in Parliament, like we did with the destination tourism strategy. This is the most insane situation. One of the top 3 collections of heritage, fairground equipment and carousels in the world. And it's here in Bowral. And it wasn't going to be here in Bowral, even though it had a long association, Mr. Mayor, with Tulip Time. It was absolutely something I just implored Mr. Robson to bring it here, and he did. So we need to be realistic about this. This collection is at great risk. It's a hobby. It's a museum. He wants to share it. He wants to have the occasional wedding and bat mitzvahs and so on in there, and on a Saturday. So I'll come back shortly to support Councillor Turlin's motion, but it's not a business, and it certainly...
Time has expired. Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supporting the motion, and there's no question that this exhibition of this fairground machines from all over the world, predominantly from Europe, is sensational, and there's no question that it does provide a very significant community benefit. To remove section 14 is virtually concurring with Mr. Robson when questioned on what he agrees is a fair and reasonable payment or amount, and he said zero. If you had to take up Councillor Nelson's offer or suggestion earlier to put what he believed was a fair amount, who knows where I would have been? I may well have supported him, and this may well get to that in the long run. I'm Councillor Scanlon to suggest, and just maybe at this point in time, that it is bordering on charitable. It will be a business. It has to be a business of some sort, even if it's only a break even. It's certainly the way it's heading anyway, in my belief. I can be corrected, but to remove section 14 or bring it back to a dollar creates a quite serious precedent. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Halstead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think we've got fundamental problems here, and maybe the whole classification of what the development is needs to be looked at. What I'm concerned about is that, a council sits here and deliberates, and it is obviously vacillating one way or the other as to whether it's going to apply Section 94 or not. Now, the one thing councils go down in courts on is being inconsistent with the application of not the least of which is things like contributions. Why on earth this development would think, or the owner of the development would think, that he's not going to be up for some sort of contribution related to, again, the usage, and that's something I think we need to get back to. I've got real concerns with, and then playing around with it to facilitate one development over maybe others in the past or in the future is a real inconsistency bit. To that extent, I'll be voting for the motion only on the basis that what it does do is defer it, subject to us having a look at it. I think, for example, the issue that the general manager, the acting general manager, is dragged in, it was of concern to me, and I would imagine be concerned to him, but I'm thinking about that as being done in terms of genuine concerns or trying to determine advice which council can look at, which the AGM can then give an opinion on. Okay, I go along with that, but I am concerned generally about involving a staff member to actually deal with an applicant about what he thinks might be, of benefit to the community. I've got no doubt what he's putting down there is a benefit to the community, but in reality, it's going to be a commercial premises of some kind, some sort of activity, some sort of development, I should say. And so therefore, the other thing I think should be looked at by the staff is whether there's some other classification can go against it, because straight away when the word function centre comes into it, it drums up opinions and views on what that could amount to. But just in general terms, one development can't be dealt with differently to the others, either before, in the past, or in the future, and that's what we've got to grapple with. So for that point of view, at this point in time, I'll go along with the motion, which is at least a deferral in there, which I know is the sort of thing we don't want to normally do. Otherwise, I'd have just voted for the motion that was sitting there. So I'll just leave those matters for the council to deliberate on, and particularly the town planners to have a look at it and see if there's any way in which, the definitions are maybe different to what's put here, which is information educational facility and function centre. I mean, is it something else? I don't know. I'm not going to go look at the LEP at the moment to try and determine that, but staff, I think, should have a real good look at it. But I'm certainly against, dealing with one development different to another.
Okay. Councillors, we are still on item 9.1 and we have 2 hands up to speak. So I can just remind councillors that we may not get through the business paper at this rate. And the last thing we want to do is come back. I think everybody has their say. Everybody's had their say. I want to have my say. And that is I'll be voting for the motion. Councillor Nelson has done something which I think is very positive, and that is he's held out the olive branch. I can only ask the applicant to accept the olive branch and to work with council what is a fair contribution for the foregoing that council may make or may not make in relation to public benefit. I can go up the road to any of the other businesses up Kirkham Road and I won't mention them because I don't know whether they have any intention of expanding. But if we'll say a business 3 businesses up came into council and wanted to extend their business, and we said, well, you're going to have to pay Section 94. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I'm doing community benefit. I'm providing a service for the community. What are we going to do there? And we had an application from a business owner whose business was burnt down. And council held the line on its policy and voted that a footpath be reinstated within a period of time around the premises. And here we are wiping or contemplating wiping a large amount of money to help which is a magnificent collection. It is, and it is worthy for anybody to have a look at. But I cannot accept the fact that council says because it is such a wonderful collection, there shouldn't be a contribution from that property owner. And I can only commend the council who have spoken. They have all been consistent and have maintained what is a fair and reasonable suggestion. Councillor Scandrett, you have spoken. I am asking councillors not to take up the option of going around and speaking for the second time. It's up to you. You can hold up the meeting and speak again. But in the fairness of the last meeting of the year, with the business paper that is at hand, everybody's had their say and made the point. So
well, I do want to speak for the amendment, Mr. Mayor. I flagged that. I asked for a photograph to be prepared to come up on the screen.
I'm not putting the photograph up, Councillor Scandrett. It is done on the run during the business paper. It should have been put in.
Mr. Mayor, I sent it.
I am not allowing the photo to be put up in this debate. And Councillor McLaughlin has his right of reply. You want to make the meeting go up over 8 o'clock, then keep going. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will, and I think the mayoral minute discussion was quite lengthy too. Look, this is a very, very sound investment for council in terms of destination visitor strategy. In fact, the Economic Development and Tourism Committee endorsed this completely when I chaired it. This is a facility for bringing mostly pensioners to the area. It's not a business per se. It's a hobby, it's a museum. He is actively restoring some of that equipment there. You've seen it, Mr. Mayor, you appeared there at a tourism after hours function. Other councillors have been down to see it. it is unique. And the last thing we want is to lose it to another shire who are prepared to spend good money to get him there. At this point in time, I think we're in a marginal position. And whether he has a view to, and the report addresses this, to take us on principle, and he is a man of principle, to the Land Environment Court over this. I mean, it is a low impact study. The photo I was going to put up showed literally an empty street in Kirkham Road a couple of weekends ago, which is when he proposes to have the occasional wedding or function there, which will be to the benefit of the Shire. There are people from government who are very aware of this destination, who have seen it at the highest level. This is a unique destination for our area. I believe that those pensioners pay just $20 odd to go to those openings that he has there. There's been no traffic study, gentlemen, none, zip, nil on the impact of this, other than to say that we've increased the parking on Kirkham Road substantially, the formal parking that is. I don't think that we should be pushing ahead with this because of the lack of information. But anyway, I've said my bit on this. I do think we need to stand back and look at the net benefit of this. The visitor numbers that will come to the Shire have been coming to the Shire because he was running pensioner tours quite a lot early last year with before COVID hit. I support Councillor Turlin's amendment here because I think it's a net benefit for the Shire. What do we spend on our tourism activities such as tulip time, such as pie time, all of that? It pales into insignificance, this matter here. But this is a man of principle saying, I've got a building, it's already paid its contributions, I'm not changing the use. In fact, it's only a very small part of the floor area and it's only a very small part of the 7-day week.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrick. Now, I am going to suggest from here on in...
Put the motion.
No, please. I am going to suggest from here on in 2 speakers for, 2 against, and the motion be put. That is what I am going to rule on for the rest of this meeting. So I would like somebody to move that the motion be put.
No,
I'm putting that.
No.
I put the motion.
You can't put the motion that hasn't been approved with what the Mayor's putting forward. I have the amendment and I want to change the amendment, if I may, before you push this motion forward.
Okay.
And the change I'd like with the seconder is that we charge 1 in tenement.
Amendment.
1 in tenement, not 3.175 in tenement as the Section 64 payment.
So it sounds like he wants to make the amendment say that the payment will be for 1 additional tenement, not 3.175.
Correct. I can hardly hear you, Mr. Paul, sorry.
For 1.
Yeah, I think you've explained what I was trying to explain. 1 in tenement instead of 3.175 in tenement. Now that'll work out about $20,000, $20,500. Am I correct, Mr. Wilton?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so if you want to put that figure in?
We'll just put it there in accordance with the existing charges.
Just so the councillors understand, it's about a $20,500 payment on the Section 64. Am I correct with that?
At the present time, that's correct.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, just so everybody understands what it is, it's not 3.175, it's actually 1 in tenement in Section 64s. Okay, and then you can put the motion if you wish.
I shall get the Councillor McLaughlin. I am asking for councillors to be civil in relation to getting through this business paper. Do you wish for your right of reply?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to have the motion put. Put the motion.
Thank you. All in favour of the amendment, please raise your card. Moved by councillors Turland and Scandrick. Councillor Turland, Scandrick and Nelson. Those against the amendment? Councillor, Councillor, yes, against the amendment, Councillor McLaughlin, Halstead, Whipper and Gare. And Councillor Andrews, I didn't see which way. Councillor Andrews, are you voting for the amendment or against the or for the motion?
I apologise, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't find my card. Now that can I get a clarification, please?
In favour of the motion, please raise your the amendment. Oh, well, we're going back to the amendment. All in favour of the amendment, please raise your card. Councillors Nelson, Andrews, Scandrick and Turland. Those against the motion. Councillors Halstead, McLaughlin, Whipper and Gare. On the casting vote, I will vote for the motion. The amendment is defeated. I now put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your card. Councillor Andrews, Whipper, McLaughlin, Nelson, Halstead and Gare. Those against? Councillors Turland and Scandrick. I declare the motion carried. 9.2, development application, proposed ecotourism facility at 198 Foxgrove Road, Kenyon-Lee. Mr. Mr. David McKinley will address council against the development. Are you there, Mr. McKinley?
Yes, I am.
And we are slowly getting through a business paper, and you know the rules, so I will let you address council as of now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity tonight to represent and speak on behalf of a group of residents, 10 residents from Foxgrove Road in relation to the development application. It's important to state that the group are not opposed to ecotourism developments in the Southern Highlands, and the group understands the value, particularly in the importance of a strong visitor economy in the Southern Highlands, and ecotourism plays a key part in that. The concerns of the group are not personal, but they relate to the community risks associated with the development, and particularly around the operation of the development. The information provided by the applicant and the assessment process, I think from the perspective of the development, failed to really address the future activity. And that's one of the major concerns that the group have. And certainly from the time I've spent with them looking through this information, it would sort of seem to me that there's a lot of misinformation and also not sufficient information in terms of the future operation. And I'll come to that. In terms of the application, it's focused mainly on the guests that will stay overnight and not looking really at what the underlying operation is going to be. If we look through the documents that have been provided, there's some clues to that, but there's no absolute numbers. So if we look at overnight guests, yes, there are 48, but there's also a suggestion in the management plan that there will be a lot of cultural activities, Indigenous workshops, bush care, planting activities, particularly school education. And I think when we look at the statement of works, statement of effects, sorry, that there are suggestions of a couple of coach loads of children coming through the facility. All of these activities are really good and part of a developing business. And over time, no doubt that the operator would be successful in generating quite a significant amount of activity. But this activity is what concerns the group of residents that I'm talking on behalf this evening. How that activity impacts on the assessment is going to be quite significant. And I think when we look through things like the traffic study is based purely on a casual sort of weekend attendance of 48 guests, but that's really not what we're sort of seeing in the underlying document here. The underlying document is about a significant number of vehicle movements associated with the day visitors as well as the overnight guests.
The traffic study alone doesn't really represent truly what's there. And it's surprising that as a council employee that's working for the local planning consultant, he's not really thought about the protection of the council's assets in terms of road safety and also the road itself, which is operating below the recommended sort of standard for, as he says in his report, a 2-lane road. Based on the information that I can see, that should be classified under Ausroads as a U2 road and should be of a much greater width. The wastewater is another example where the information used is actually understating the capacity, if you like, of the treatment. The treatment facility is only based on overnight campers not having showers. It's based on no day visitor use of water. And so when you start to think about the potential future operation, the capacity of the system is probably 200 to 300% below what it should be for an effective water treatment system. So again, these deficiencies really need to be thought through from the council's perspective, particularly around the road and traffic safety. From what I can see and having looked at the data, the road is currently well below the standard of a 2-lane road. And as part of the conditions of consent, council should really be requiring the applicant to improve the road to what would be a rural unsealed road level under Ausroads as a U2. That means that the carriage width would need to be at least 6.2 metres. Currently, the road width is at its narrowest about 3.3 metres, and the majority of the road is certainly well under 5 metres. In terms of the maintenance strategy, it's surprising that the recommended treatment for dust, for example, is about sort of advising people to drive below certain speeds and also to have water. That's not an acceptable treatment for dust suppression. And if you look at the U2 categorisation, it would talk about using suppressant incorporated into the road surface. Also, there should be consideration for a basic right and left-hand turn at the Canyon Lee intersection with Foxgrove Road, given the volume of traffic and the speeds that are currently operating on Canyon Lee Road. So in terms of the condition of consent, that's a formal framework for council to manage the operation. And it's important, I think, from council's perspective, that those conditions really give council the best opportunity to manage the development as it grows, potentially into quite a successful ecotourism business for the Shire. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. That's all of the information I wanted to present to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKinley. Now, questions of Mr. McKinley. You're happy to take questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Scanders, McLaughlin, and then Turland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McKinley. I've got concerns about the road, and I'll be raising that when the staff do the introduction. But your contention is that the road should be a proper 2-lane road. Could you just expand on that as to the use of the road at other times?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. In terms of the road, in the traffic report, it refers to the road as being a 2-lane road. In terms of the standard definitions for an unsealed road at a 2-lane, it should really be a minimum of 6.2 metres. And if you look in the Ausroads guide for that sort of road, that's what it should be. I think the current maintenance practices on the road have resulted in the narrowing of the actual operational carriageway over time, and that reflects that the council's only really grading it probably once a year. But in terms of having a 2-lane road where vehicles can pass adequately, the minimum sort of carriageway would be about 6.2 metres, which gives the vehicles about 2.5 to 3 metres of passing distance. If you look through some of the documentation around the dust, for example, in the dust report, there are some images in there. You can see very clearly that the only safe place to drive on that road is in the middle. And I would imagine if two vehicles were trying to pass each other at speed, it would result in both vehicles having to have at least one set of wheels on the verge and into the grass.
Thank you, Mr. McKinley. I think you may have answered the question very adequately, actually.
Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. McKinley. Look, Yeah, can you explain why you're suggesting that the operation of the ecotourist facility is more significant than represented in this application?
Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. In terms of, it's an ecotourism business, and it's very clear from the management plan that it goes well beyond just overnight accommodation. There's a range of activities that are promoted in there, and it's all very consistent with an ecotourism business, and which is perfect. But a lot of that is around day visitors. There's mentioned in the statement of environmental effects of school visits and 2 coaches a day. Again, none of this information is specific, so it's very hard to understand exactly what the business will be doing. But there's certainly a strong element well beyond the overnight accommodation that is suggesting that there will be lots of activity there, which is great. But activity equals vehicle movements, it equals potential risk and safety issues on the road, and particularly where you've got the high-speed intersection on Canyon Lee Road. So I think the underlying information needs to be really understood.
McKinley, I think, again, we've answered the question. So any other questions of Mr. McKinley? Okay, then thank you very much. Councillor Turler.
You made a mention about the on-site septic system. You've seen the Sydney Water's statement on attachment 1, page 39, condition 39.
Yes, I have, Councillor, yes.
Yes. So Sydney Water, New South Wales, or Water New South Wales, are the governing body in relation to standards of effluent?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Should we consider amending the conditions of consent to require the road upgrade? Can that be done?
Is there any questions to Mr. McKinley? I think that one's the start.
Okay.
Okay. If there's no, you can take that one to start.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McKinley, for your.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And may you have a peaceful Christmas out there in Canyon Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and the same to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now ask Mr. Frank Maley to address council in support of the development. So, Mr. Maley, are you waiting there patiently? He's been connected now. Hello. I'm not sure who's speaking. Yeah, Mr. Marley is. Thank you, sir. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
So welcome to you, and you may commence your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors and Mr. Paul and staff. I'll address some of the comments from David, and I thank him for his input. First of all, I'll just go over quickly that in E3 we can do ecotourism, which we know. The D application resulted in 220 pages of expert reports, including fire, water, traffic, ecology, building and architectural. These 220 pages were read by the relevant qualified council staff, and they've recommended it for approval. The DA is in keeping with the Wingecarribee Shire Council strategic plan, being that conserve key natural resources of the Shire and minimise the impact from development. This DA is ecologically sound, requires no major development and no clearing of land. In fact, what we're doing is utilising structures that are there. There's no clearing. There's already cleared areas where people would camp. So what would we do there? So what is the Moreton Park Ecotourism? This development is certainly in line with the business plan of Wingecarribee Shire, which is promoting tourism and maintaining the environment. Moreton Park Ecotourism will provide families and, yes, school groups the opportunity to learn about our environment, local Indigenous culture. And in this day and age where kids have got their heads down on computers, iPads, computer games, the Moreton Park Ecotourism gives kids an opportunity to look up, to really connect with nature and learn about our natural surroundings. Now, in terms of the numbers of people, which David was mentioning, my DA says 48 people. And that's what it is, 48 people. I'll comply to the rules of the DA. It's 48 people because my water systems, my fire, all those requirements that have been written in the 220 pages, I will comply with. I'm happy to sit down with all my neighbours and discuss that and give them a better feeling for what we will do. And here are some of the activities. Bushwalking, there's 3 kilometres around my property, and there's all sorts of wooded areas, up and down hills, through grassed areas. We're going to run eco events. And again, these are all within the 48 people. It can't be more than 48 people. Eco events will be where people can come and they have to book, where they help us do weeding and tree planting and registering of flora and fauna. And this would be a free thing that would only be run, say, quarterly or half yearly to promote environmental activities. Indigenous culture, I've already made some calls to some local Indigenous communities and so that we can have some cultural visits as well. I'm also engaging with a bush tucker gentleman in South Australia. He happens to do aquaponics and bush tucker. I've got aquaponics and I could also accommodate doing some Aussie bush tucker and things like river mint, saltbush, lemon myrtle and the like. Now, just on what David mentioned, the traffic study showed that the amount of traffic was so minimal along Canyonlea Road and Foxgrove Road that in fact a traffic report wasn't even required. And even in the last section that I listened to, there was not a traffic report done on Kirkham Road, whereas the traffic on Foxgrove and Canyonlea is way below the threshold required for actual traffic management. I've also gone and measured the road and I've put 2 large vehicles, a van and a 4-wheel drive, and it fits. You can fit. And I believe the last time it was graded, they've crowned the road excessively. And by crowning, you narrow the width. I would recommend the next time they do the road, don't crown it so much so that we can get easily a 6-metre width of that road if they didn't crown it so much. And I believe in the past, the road was even wider when there were trucks, coal trucks going up and down Foxgrove Road. So I think there's a long history of that road, a long history of a dirt road. I've lived on 2 different dirt roads in my time on a farm. You know, it's part of living on a farm, you know, and I think the number of vehicles that the people are saying, it's not these numbers. If people come to my property, it's going to be low numbers, 2 to 3 an hour, because there's not going to be all these people coming in at once. And if it is a coach, it's 1 vehicle, because I'm not going to have enough capacity to have multiple coaches because it's only 48 people. So I think we've got the documentation. I think it's very much an eco-centric activity. I'm going to comply with all the DA requirements, and I'm absolutely happy for my neighbours to come and have a look.
Thank you, Mr. Maley. You are happy to take questions?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Councillor Scandrett and then Councillor Turl.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be interested in the certification of the eco-tourist accreditation, but Mr. Maley, could you just talk a little bit more about what you think you can do in terms of dust and road hazards, bearing in mind that you're a citizen and not the authority? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Mr. Maley.
Well, obviously if I'm just a citizen, I don't have any legal right to make alterations to the road. My recommendation, and if you look at in my report, there's a Google map image of the properties. Most properties are between 260 to 620 metres from the road, and there's only 2 properties close to it, and that's in like 100-metre stretch. I would recommend putting a slower speed limit. Council has authorisation over that road. Put a speed limit just in that zone, and that would address this one zone here, right here, next to these 2 buildings here. And that would address, I think, all of the dust requirements, because all the other properties, 620, 370, 515, 330, 370, 500 foot, they're way away from the road.
Thank you, Mr. Maley. I think you've answered the question adequately. Councillor Turland.
May I ask a question? How long has this property been used for a tourist facility?
Mr. Maley, thank you.
Well, back in the early 70s, around 1972, two brothers purchased the property specifically to diversify their business. They owned a travel agency. One was a builder, one was a pastor. They wanted to bring students to the country, so they purchased Moreton Park. They built the amenities, they built the toilet block, and they ran camping for many, many years for school groups.
So it's been built since about 1971.
Yeah, I think it was they bought it around 71, 72, and they got all the approvals around 73.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions to Mr. Maley? Councillor Whipper.
Thank you. Mr. Maley, you, in your proposal, you suggested you were in touch with Aboriginal community and one of the proposals is to teach language. Could you tell me what language will be taught and who you've been speaking to?
Well, the number that I called was the council number for the community. And I spoke to two people. First, I spoke with Auntie Val, and then she went on holidays. And then I believe I spoke with Kim Levers. And I had organised to get an Indigenous gentleman that works at Welby Nursery to come in and walk around the property and have a look. I don't know exactly which language, Aurora, the main language. I don't know which is the local one that would be taught. I have no idea. I would default to the community to figure out what that would be. I'm happy to engage them, and I would be learning as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maley. I think Councillor Whipper, his main question, what would be the language? And you said you'd have to do a bit more research, I believe. Any more questions to Mr. Maley? All right, then we will put you out to pass you, Mr. Maley, and may you have a great Christmas out there on Fox Grove Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll ask introduction from Mr. Wilton.
Through the Chair, the purpose of this report is to consider BA 191650, which seeks development consent for an eco-tourist facility at 194 Fox Grove Road, Canning Lake. The site is owned E3 Environmental Management, occupies an area of 52.6 hectares containing existing dwelling, secondary dwellings, cabins, toilets, and also a kitchen facility. The merits of the proposal seek consent for continuous use of the existing buildings, including cabins, kitchen, dining area, amenities, games room building. And the proposal also seeks consent for on-site camping of approximately 48 guests, including on-site camps and also primitive camping grounds. The site contains pockets of the Southern Highlands Shale woodlands and also the Mittagong Sandstone EEC, which is not proposed to be altered as part of this development application. The site is bushfire prone, and the proposal has been referred to the Rural Fire Service under Section 100B of the Rural Fires Act and has obtained a Bushfire Safety Authority. The proposal seeks to comply with the relevant provisions of Clause 5.13 of the Winch Cove Local Environment Plan, and has provided detailed plans on achieving compliance with the eco-tourist facility definition. The application was notified with 4 submissions being received during the notification period, which raised concerns relating to aspects of the previous uses without consent, commercial use of the site, compliance with the eco-tourist definition, road deterioration, noise, traffic, and also dust. Detailed response to those submissions being provided on pages 27 to 29 of the report this evening. Council be aware the matter was deferred to the meeting of the 25th of November 2020, and Council staff considered the Section 88B restriction, and also the application was referred to the Environment Sustainability Branch for consideration. Comments surrounding these matters have been provided in the report this evening. Accordingly, Council staff recommended deferred commencement approval, subject to conditions.
Okay, councillors, now before I take questions, I am looking for a mover of the recommendation. Councillor Turland is moving it. Do you have a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Andrews? Now,
yes.
Now I'll take questions now to Mr. Wilton. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Was the traffic report required for this this report to council?
Through the Chair, council staff did require a traffic report to be prepared. It looked at not only the traffic load on Foxgrove Road, but also access and egress into the site.
So the answer is yes. Further questions to Mr. Wilton? Councillor Scandron.
Mr. Mayor, I lodged a question with Mr. Mooney yesterday about the traffic on the road and the planned maintenance of the road. So I need an answer to that, and then I have a question for Mr. Wilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Do you have a question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I did receive a response late this afternoon. So, Councillor, in response to the question that you provided late yesterday afternoon, maintenance was last performed on the road in July this year, which included grading, overgrown maintenance, some minor tree removal and some guide post maintenance. That was on the unsealed council maintained road portion of Foxgrove Road. Councillor, the second part of your question I'm not able to answer, and that was that you wanted, as I would say, a back of an envelope rough estimate of the cost to seal the road, and that's not something that we were able to provide in the amount of time that we were given. Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, question to Mr. Wilton.
Thank you. Mr. Wilton, can we add a condition to this that the accreditation for the ecotourist facility be obtained as part of the deferred commencement? Also, the report on the road condition be taken so that we can, in the future, look at the dust issue if it rises, so to speak.
Mr. Wilton.
Through the Chair, at the end of the day, that's a matter for council, but in relation to the dust requirement, the deferred commencement condition has to be satisfied prior to an operational consent being put in place. So I don't think the second part of that question can be considered as part of the deferred commencement, but the first part definitely can.
Thank you. Flagging that to the mover, Mr. Councillor Turlin.
Thank you, Councillor Scandron. Councillor Turlin, then Councillor Whipper.
This particular road is scheduled for more maintenance than normal.
Who's that directed to?
Whoever wants to answer it. Is this one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the road is typical for our unsealed road schedule. It's inspected and works are undertaken on an 18-month cycle. If it is deemed necessary by council's engineers and asset inspection officers.
The reason why I asked that, is this one of the roads that council infested in asbestos fill in it over the last term of council?
Don't know, have to take that one on notice, Councillor.
Because if it is, it means the road will be maintained to make sure of the mistake made by council that it complies with the EPA statements.
Well, that's yeah, comment. Councillor Whipper.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, look, I just wanted to flag that I'll be moving an amendment. It is probably a direct negative, so it would be a foreshadowed motion, Mr. Mayor.
So you'll be moving a foreshadowed motion for refusal.
Yeah.
Thank you. And would you have a second to that?
I did send Mr. Mayor, I did send a copy of that through. So if Ms. Richardson can put that up, I can see whether or not there is a seconder for that.
Well, we can't because it's foreshadowed, but councillors can read it. Okay, if there's no other questions to Mr. Wilton, we have a motion moved by Councillor Turlin and seconded by Councillor Andrews. Councillor Turlin.
I'll sum up at the end and the others can talk first.
Okay, now I have a message that we may have to go past 8. We can't go past 8. That is our platform for Zoom, and that is also complying with OLG recommendations. So it's up to you, Councillor Turlin. You said you'll miss. Who wants to speak against the recommendation or for the motion? Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, I'll speak against the recommendation. I've flagged a motion arising. I have some concerns around the status of this as an eco-tourist facility. Unless, you know, the classification for ecotourism's changed over the years. I have some deal of acceptance of the proposal as an ecotourist facility. I would have liked to have seen certification as an ecotourist facility that it met the standards before we dealt with this, to give some sort of approval, and then to find out at a later stage that it doesn't comply, I think is a concern. The other thing that concerns me is that we do have a report from the Environment and Sustainability Branch, and they do acknowledge that there'll be no clearing, but they do say also, however, there is insufficient information and detail in relation to the management plan with respect to compliance with the requirements to minimise impact on the natural environment. Now, they're asking to see that again. I would have thought that it would have been in the applicant's advantage to provide that information before we assess his application. And I hear a lot of things about the road as well, Mr. Mayor. And I heard the applicant say that 2 cars can pass each other. Well, we were out there, and we all passed other cars. Some brought us to a grinding halt. And on my way out, I had to pass another small car, and we both had to go off the road to allow the other car to pass, to allow each other to pass. The other issue around dust, I think, is a significant concern. We know that there have been issues to health over the years, and so I think that's something that needs to be considered. I'd like to see, if this is refused tonight, I'd like to see it come back in a more detailed proposal and to answer some of those questions so that we can be assured of the merits of this proposal as an ecotourism facility. It's one thing to say that we can teach Aboriginal language and we've been in touch with Aboriginal elders, but when you don't know what the language of the area is, nor who the Aboriginal elders are, I think there's some sort of questions about that as well. So if it met all the standards and it complied with that, I'd probably be happy to support it, but I think there's a few question marks over it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Any speakers in favour? No speakers in favour of the motion. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will the mover and seconder accept an addition, being part 2, that a approval of a ecotourism accreditation be part of the conditions of consent? Deferred.
Well, I think it has to be accredited to be it's got to meet the criteria, but that can be an addendum. Are you happy for that, Councillor Turlin and Andrews? Yes, so we'll get that wording up.
Okay. Now, could I just
word it, please?
In the debate, if I may, I'm quite fascinated to read on page 7.
Councillor Scandrett, let's get the wording correct. That the approval of an ecotourism accreditation be part of the conditions of consent. So that, as I say, I believe that goes without saying, but we will put it there. Now, you're happy with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you can speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm quite interested that on page 27, we have internal referrals, which include the environment and sustainability section of council. Yet we've just heard from the matter of Fairground Follies, where there was no opportunity in this or previous reports on that matter for input from our tourism and economic development section. I continue to think this is a weakness in the system. This proposal by Mr. Malley, I think is worthwhile supporting. We are trying to say that we're open for business. Our our tourism destination plan talks about this sort of destination. We've just got to make sure we protect the amenity of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Okay, then Councillor Turland, you'll have the right to sum up.
Due to the time period, I'll speak very quickly. This meets one of our requirements of our Southern Highlands Destination Strategy and Plan. This will be coming up at next week's summit that we're going to have in relation to where we should be going as a community and raising jobs and employment, industry and investment into our shire. This is a project that has been running since 1974, I believe, with approval from the old Moss Vale Council. And it's got...
Wingecarribee, not
the old, well, I would say the old Wingecarribee Shire Council. That's right. I don't know how the Shire became Wingecarribee when we had two other names in the Shire, Mittagong and Barrow Municipality. But anyway, look, the issue is now this is a ecotourism development that should be moved forward. Are you right? Is there... No?
That's all right. Mr. Pepping, I asked for a clarification, sorry.
Okay, I wasn't sure. It meets all the requirements. It's been running for many years. It ceased to run when somebody, I believe, who owned the property passed away, and then it ceased until other people bought the property. It would not have got to this stage if it had a continuous use right through. And so all we've got here is we are legalising this particular development because the existing use rights had passed. This council's even had facilities out there, had a function out there, I think, in the last term. So nobody realised that at that stage it had technically missed its point on the existing use rights. There will be no impact. The public in that street had known all along that facility's been there. The sign that's out the front of the main road shows that it's been there for a long, long time. There is no reason to refuse this development. All the documents that have been provided by the applicant meet all the requirements, as council has said, for recommended approval. This cannot keep going on. It either stops or it moves forward. It meets the requirements that we require in our strategy plan. I'd hate to think we miss this opportunity and lose this development forever.
Thank you, Councillor Turland. So that's the summing up. All councillors in favour of the recommendation, please raise your cards. Councillor Turland, Scandrett, Halstead and Andrews. Those against the recommendation, Councillor Nelson, McLaughlin, Whipper and Gare. On the casting vote of the Mayor, I vote for against the recommendation, and as such the motion is defeated. We now move on to, we have a foreshadowed motion now moved by Councillor Whipper.
I'm happy to second it, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Whipper.
The Mayor, I think we've had the debate. We can just put the motion if everyone's happy with that.
Okay, so the foreshadowed motion is now becomes a motion. There is no amendment to the motion as put. then I put the motion. All in favour of the recommendation moved by councillors Whipper, councillor Gare, McLaughlin, Nelson and Whipper, and those against, I declare the councillors Andrews, Scandrett and Turland, I declare the amendment lost. The motion carried, and the amendment that was now become a motion and carried. We now move on to post-exhibition report, proposed road closure, Park Waverley Parade, Mittagong. Councillor Andrews. Councillors, before you go, I'll look for a recommendation, but I want an indication, and Councillor Andrews has the floor, but do you want an introduction by staff? Yes, Councillor, want an introduction. Councillor Andrews. Councillor Andrews, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion to replace the recommendation. I believe.
As I say, I'm looking for a recommendation initially.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
No.
You haven't heard my point of order, and it's part of the performance improvement orders that you hear points of order.
Your point of order, Councillor Scandrett.
Your point of order is you have stated earlier in the meeting that you will only hear motions and seconding of motions when we have finished introductions from the staff and presentations by the public.
Yes, I said earlier on after that, I will look for a motion before the introduction of staff to get the meeting so we have a position. It's been Councillor Andrews.
Thank you. Andrews. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion to replace the recommendation that's now up on the screen.
Yes, so it's on the screen.
It's hard to read.
Yeah, Ken, up again, one more. That's a bit better.
You need to squash the councils.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, the only thing that's changed from the recommendation from staff is that the restricted covenants have been included in the resolution.
Okay, so now I'll ask councillors to read it. All right, so that has been moved by Councillor Andrews. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Halstead. All right, so it's been moved and seconded.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. You got me before.
Okay, so you want is who seconding? Do you have a seconder, Councillor Andrews? Then I will second it from the chair for debate. So you have the right to speak. Now, do you want an introduction? Is there an amendment? Councillor, well, I think Councillor Halstead had his card up ages ago.
Mr. Mayor, I'm certainly hoping you're not going to talk about this one being a direct negative. That Waverley Parade not be closed, and that the local area traffic management devices be implemented to facilitate the safe movement of students of the Frensham School. This matter would need to be placed before the local traffic committee. I mean, it's fundamental that...
I remember Councillor Halstead, it will be a direct negative. One is for approval, one is for not. That'll have to be foreshadowed.
Well, that's what I'll do then. That's what I'll do then.
Now, an introduction, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, councillors, the purpose of this report is to seek direction from council for the proposal for the park closure of Waverley Street, Mittagong. The report follows the meeting held on the 23rd of September 2020, where Council resolved to endorse an application for the partial road closure of Waverley Parade for the purposes of public exhibition and community consultation. Councillors, initially, the proposal was placed on public exhibition for a period of 4 weeks, commencing 30th of September to close of business 30th of October 2020. Following substantial public interest, it was determined that a longer period of public exhibition would be required, and that period of exhibition was extended to the 13th of November 2020. In addition to the 6-week public consultation period, Council staff took the following steps to ensure adequate notification was provided in accordance with the legislative requirements of the Roads Act 1993. Signage was placed and erected around the site of the area of the proposed closure. The proposed road closure was also advertised on Council's website and on its community engagement website, Your Say Wingecarribee. Importantly, all agencies that are required to be notified, including Fire and Rescue New South Wales and the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, were provided with an opportunity to provide feedback regarding the proposed road closure. And neighbour notification, so direct notification via letter, was provided to 486 residents in the vicinity of the proposed portion of the road to be closed. Subsequent to Council staff determining that an extension of the public exhibition period was required, we then wrote again to those 486 residents to advise them that the period to lodge of submission had been extended to the 13th of November. Councillors, in summary, 137 submissions were received during the period of public exhibition, 119 objections and 18 in support. A summary of the submissions received is provided and is outlined in attachment 2 of this report. In summarising the major issues raised by the objectors, they related to traffic issues and volume of vehicular movements, car parking issues, including times of community use to Club Hall and Stir, pedestrian access and safety issues regarding bushfire prone land and access for emergency vehicles. Councillors, on pages 72 to 74, advised by Council's traffic section and other relevant sections of Council have been provided in response to those concerns. In addition to the comments provided by Council officers, a subsequent meeting was held with the applicant to make them aware of the concerns that had been raised and to also discuss mitigating strategies which could be in place to address those concerns. That meeting provided Council officers with a strong indication that the applicant would support restrictions and covenants placed on the proposed road closure as follows: that the area would be retained as is, as in i.e. a formed road, that the staff of the school would continue to use the area for parking, that appropriate access control measures would be put in place which would allow for continued access of emergency services, public utility authorities and council. Public pedestrian access would remain in place from Range Road to allow access through to Oxford Street. And the applicant was also willing to prepare traffic management plans for the normal day-to-day use of the site, first and foremost. Secondly, weekend activity. And thirdly, for major events, which could be held on the school grounds, which would then be further evaluated by Council staff. Councillors, the report in front of you recommends that Council resolve to formally approve the road closure pursuant to the authority delegated to it under Part 4, Division 3 of the Roads Act 1993, based on the restrictions and the covenants that have been agreed to by the applicant. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Questions, you have them. You've got one from Councillor Halstead. Was it you then, Councillor Halstead?
Yeah, look, I don't want a question. I just want my my notice.
You want to put
worded
up?
Correct. I want to word it correctly. That's the alternative.
We'll wait until it goes up, then we wait it until then. Councillor McLaughlin, then another question will be from Councillor Scandrett. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I asked this question before we had an information session on this, and Mr. Paul told me once the land was given over to the Frensham School, I asked about access, and he said, well, they've got every right to fence it off. So how do we propose to allow people to walk through? Do we put an 88E instrument on it, or it's all right to say it'll be open for walking, but in 10 years' time, someone might just put a fence up, like they did with Stanley Street.
Right, I take your point, Councillor McLaughlin, but I think there is a clarification from Mr. Mooney in relation to that.
Okay.
Well, it's in the recommendation, Councillor, but Mr. Mooney can speak to it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to allay your concerns there, Councillor, they would be covenants, positive covenants, which would be placed on the title of the land, the former closed road. Those restrictions would have to be adhered to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so any other questions, Councillor Scandrett?
There's at least 2.5 months of every school year where the school isn't operating, in fact, right now. And of course, there's 16 hours in every day when the school is not operating nor those classrooms in use. So I'm concerned about amenity, though I'm also concerned about safety. Can Mr. Mooney advise what those access control measures will be in light of that?
Thank you. Mr. Mooney.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The specific access controls, no, I can't. At this point, obviously, they would need to be amenable. They would need to be agreeable to allowing staff to access the site for parking. But there are certainly access controls beyond that, automatic access controls, which emergency services have available to their use, which potentially and ultimately the school could provide on the gates that would allow that access to occur 24/7.
Thank you,
right.
Mr.
Councillor Halstead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not prepared to wait later on, because what I wanted is what I said up there on that foreshadowed motion, and that I know the lady was grappling with trying to get together with what I said. Okay. We need to get the wording right so everybody knows what the alternative is.
Okay, well, the aim is there may not be the motion may be carried. So I will allow you to dictate your foreshadowed motion to Ms. Richardson. So you've got the wording there, and we'll get it.
Yeah, okay. I read it out before, but I know it would have been difficult to get in a hurry. That local area, the second part, and that local up here, up where it says council staff determine get rid of all that. Got to start again from and that to get the wording right. The first bit's right. That's correct in there. Now it's got to go in there that local area traffic management devices be implemented to facilitate the safe movement of students of the Frensham School, full stop, but still part of the same thing. This matter would need to be placed before the local traffic committee. Everyone knows now what that means.
Okay, how about we make that point 2, that the matter be referred to the traffic committee?
Whatever you like. I don't care as long as that wording's in there.
I'm happy to second it.
Now, no, you can't second it because it's a foreshadow.
Correct.
But it will have to have in there, if there is budgetary implications, that will have to be referred to the Finance Committee.
That's fine.
Okay.
Let's try and find a way to knock it over. That's the thing. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm hearing.
Mr. Mayor, could the staff just advise how to make it not in opposition?
Not at this stage. We are looking for further comment. Councillor Torland, I think you have your hand up.
Just the question is, we now know there's 5 classrooms across the road. What was the intent when those 5 classrooms were approved back whenever that council and the applicant worked through on the road closure, if anything? You probably can't answer that.
I just think that's a bit of a rhetorical question, that one. Does any staff member want to try and answer it? Through to the keeper, Councillor Turner. We've got a recommendation. We're in debate. Councillor Andrews. You're muted, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you for seconding for the debate. It's not looking good. This is a difficult one. Several of the objectors I know quite well. All emails have been respectful, except one I received this morning with their arguments well set out. I also have sympathy in what Frensham is trying to achieve in regard to student safety. As is shown in the motion, the majority of submissions objected to three main concerns in regard to the non-access at any time of emergency vehicles, denying pedestrian access and parking. Many submissions stated no objection to the road closure provided pedestrian access was maintained. My suggested proposal clearly satisfies the three main reasons for opposing the closure. There were concerns expressed, given that it's a fire-prone area. The Commissioner of Fire and Rescue, New South Wales, and the Commissioner of New South Wales Rural Fire Service did not offer any comments or objection. And as the report states, a fair assumption is that both had no objection to the road closure. An opening quote from one of the objectors reads as follows: "Our entire group wholeheartedly agree with the school in wanting to protect their students from any vehicular harm when crossing Waverley Parade." Council's traffic section offered a professional view that given the high number of students that cross Waverley Parade adjacent to Club Hall and the modest impact on traffic rerouting through the adjacent network, on balance, the removal of the conflict between vehicles and students is a positive safety outcome for the community. And it has been noted that it's significant, up to 1,000 students move backwards and forwards across Waverley Parade at Club Hall, heading towards Sturt and returning. I always mention the matters of Frensham. Frensham has been a strong partner of the community since 1913 and has always worked closely with Wingecarribee Shire Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor McLaughlin, you're speaking against the recommendation.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually surprised that. Anyway, look, you know, we heard from a resident, Miss Marie Tyne, you know, and she explained quite succinctly with regard to. I mean, we're not talking about primary school kids here. We're talking about high school ladies that cross roads in town. I imagine they cross roads with calming devices to get across a range road to their dormitory. Look, I really think this flies in the face of the community here. The community, I think, have spoken loudly and clearly on this one, that they absolutely oppose this. Schools don't pay rates. They don't pay rates like the ratepayers that have paid money to have these roads put in. We've seen this council or councils before close off streets to accommodate this school in the past, as in Stanley Street, which is fenced off now. They don't allow parking in there. I think this is a big ask to ask the community to close this road off. We heard about the concerns with access, with fire, all that sort of thing. We're talking about young ladies that are quite capable of crossing a road, which has got a 50 speed limit zone. I mean, are we kidding? You know, go back to when in a past council, the road was suggested to be closed from Bowral Primary School across the road. And the community didn't, you know, that was looked at and the community objected. And now they have proper crossing there with someone with a flag that makes sure the little kids cross. If Frensham wants to have their young ladies cross safely, look, they can build a pedestrian bridge. I'm sure they've got the finances to do that. They've got the finances to do a lot of other things. If they're so concerned, let them build a road bridge across. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Halstead, are you speaking for the recommendation or against?
No, I'm strongly against the one that's been moved as a motion.
Okay, then I'm looking for somebody to support the recommendation at this stage. Then there is, can we just go down, please? Yes, I said I'd second it for debate. Then if there's no speakers, further speakers for it, you're speaking for the recommendation, Councillor Turlin?
But I just want to make a point, if I can. The Range Road Bridge is going to be built. So councillors, if you vote on this to close this road as it's been put in front of you through the motion, what happens to all the traffic then has to go under the tunnel because the Range Road will be closed? Be very careful. There's not enough roads to take you to the tunnel if you close this road. Why Range Road Bridge is being built. It could take 5 months, it could take 2 years, who knows? Be careful.
Thank you, Councillor Turlin. Now, are you speaking for or against the recommendation, Councillor Scandrett?
Mr. Mayor, neither. I'm going to speak to the matter, not for and not against.
Oh, Councillor Scandrett, why do you...
I'm waiting for Councillor Halstead's motion to be refined.
Then I would suggest you just vote against it.
Correct.
Please, Councillor Scandrett.
Well,
everybody else has the right to speak. They have chosen to try and get through this business paper.
Mr. Mayor,
it's my turn now, Mr. Mayor.
If Councillor Halstead's motion was to be changed to say it be deferred pending referral to the Traffic Committee, that would be mean it would be straight up now.
Okay, your reply, Councillor Andrews.
No, hang on. I want to debate this, Mr. Mayor. You're trying to shut me out.
Yeah. Okay, you want to speak against it?
Absolutely. I mean, I have the right to speak against that motion. Right.
Okay, speak again.
I cannot believe that this council would seriously consider closing permanently and therefore sale to the school of a road that is fundamental to the local road network in Mittagong. I mean, anybody that's been up there would understand the need for this road. I mean, it's not like some minor road somewhere in a back part of the locality. This is well used every day of the week by a lot of people. There is no way this should be done, which would have a major effect on the network of the road network. As I've said, I recall years ago being in the very position of this we are now, opposing, as an officer of the council, the closure of Bagnetti Street next to the Bowral Primary School. And it's relevant because I was vindicated. That road, if that was closed now, would be pandemonium there in terms of traffic movement. So that's just a bit of history. But this one here, I mean, first of all, if this is, went ahead, there's a closure, I think the council needs to know that there's a right of appeal to those objectors, because it's anyone that lives on that road anywhere along it, not just in the area in question, have a right of appeal to the Land and Environment Court under 38, section 38B1B of the Roads Act. Now, that's something that should be in the back of your mind. The proposal to close it, in my view, from a local traffic point of view, is a nonsense and should be opposed. The other thing that could have been in a report was if it was proceeding to, the alternative of closure. There's been no mention whatsoever of a possibility of a lease under section 153 of the Roads Act, short-term leases, 1 to 5 years. So I don't know why that wasn't mentioned, but that to me is a fallback, but certainly not appropriate. I don't think in this circumstance. The proposition is close it or don't, and clearly there is no way known this should be closed. Certainly in terms of that's a legal closure, in terms of what can happen in terms of, from the point of view of a structure, through a committee, a local traffic manager, it could be something like an angled slowway, which enables traffic to be reduced in speed, etc. So there's a lot of common sense methods that can be looked at through the traffic committee. I rest my case.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Councillor Andrew, just before you have the right to reply, I seconded your recommendation. I will not be supporting the recommendation. I was willing to hear the debate. I happen to believe firmly with what Councillor Halstead has said. And the closing, the attempted closure, and I know there is some synergy and some comparison. Some people say there is a comparison, others say there's not. But I know when I became chair of traffic, one of the first things I did with that Bagnetti Street as chair was to get a raised platform so the children were more apparent. I think with the attitude that Councillor Halstead has shown in relation to the traffic committee with its expertise, with the RMS or Transport New South Wales, it can be done quite satisfactorily and will not put the children, as Councillor McLaughlin said, young ladies, you know, they're mature young ladies. They should be able to cross the following normal road procedure, follow without any danger. Councillor Andrews, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I just wanted to move to put the motion, please. I can see where it's going. So we put
okay, then I put the recommendation. All in favour of the motion moved by Councillors Andrews and Gare, please raise your card. Councillor Andrews, I've been there too. Those against? That is the remaining. I declare the motion lost. I now bring Councillor Halstead's a foreshadow motion forward, moved by Councillor Halstead and was foreshadowed to be supported by Councillor McLaughlin. So I'll take his foreshadowed approval. I don't think there's any further debate.
Oh, I differ, Mr. Mayor.
I agree.
Okay, you have the right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, look, there are various opportunities here that Councillor Halstead has nailed, and that is traffic devices. Such would include a raised threshold, a long one, a narrowing of the street to one way, maybe some sort of system with a push-to-walk light. These sort of matters have been raised with both the objectors and with the school. I hope that they'll come out in the local traffic committee and finance. That'll come back to us anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skander, for making the options available. I now put the recommendation moved by Councillors Halstead and McLaughlin. All in favour, please raise your card. I'm going to record this as a unanimous vote. Thank you, councillors. 11.2, page 93, tender for SCADA and control system support. It's we discussed it, moved Councillor Nelson and Whipper, that it be option 1.
Yeah.
Thank you. No objection. I put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your card. Carried. We now go to we have to now read it out. So will you please read out, Mr. Acting General Manager, the relation in the report.
Just give me a minute. The motion just passed by Council was that Council accepts the tenders from the following 3 tenderers to form a contract panel to undertake SCADA and control system support and maintenance for a 2-year period, with provision in place for 2 one-year optional extension periods. And that's for the following companies: Concept Engineering Services Proprietary Limited, Alliance Automation Proprietary Limited, and Safe Drift Automation Proprietary Limited.
Okay, so we move now on to 11.3, page 98, and I'll take it moved the same way by councillors. No, I'll take it the same way, councillors Whipper and Nelson.
Number 1.
Okay, so is there any questions? Removing number 1, so I put that. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We move to, oh, we got to read that out, and who's spending $1.3 million up there?
So, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation has just been endorsed by Council is that Council accepts the tender from Carve Earthworks and Construction Proprietary Limited at a lump sum of $1.431,723.98, inclusive of GST, to undertake water and sewer main renewals as part of the Crosby Street Mossvale upgrade. And 2, that Council vote additional funding from the Water and Sewer Augmentation Reserves of $275,000 to undertake the water and sewer main renewals as part of the Crosby Street Mossvale upgrade.
Thank you. We now move to 103, page 103, 11.4, draft master plan, Casburn Park, moved by Councillor Turlin, second again by Councillor Whipper. He's on the rush tonight. Is there any questions in relation to it? And I put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye or raise your card. Done. 11.5, classification of land, Renwick Community Centre, moved by Councillor McLaughlin and second Councillor Nelson. Is there any discussion in relation to it? And I think the asset the councillor is going to inherit is those who inspected it today. It's absolutely a magnificent building. And I just hope the maintenance costs we can keep those to an absolute minimum. So it's been moved by Councillor McLaughlin and Nelson. Put the recommendation. All in favour? Against? Carried. We move on to 11.7. 11.6. Which is on page 113. Application to be appointed as reserve trustee manager for various Crown reserves within the Caribbean. Just what we want, a bit more custodianship. Move Councillor McLaughlin and Whipper. Any discussion? Put it. All in favour? Against? Carried. Now we move to 11.7, land acquisition, Barrel. So we move, we're going to close. Councillors Nelson and Halstead, that'll be discussed in closed. Happy with that? Yes. Then we put it, and all in favour. Those against? Carried. 11.8, 11.8 Civic Centre refurbishment project.
Move a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Move, Councillor.
I'd like to move a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you have the right to move a recommendation. Your recommendation is?
It's a motion, Mr. Mayor, and that we adopt the proposal to modify the scope of the Civic Centre refurbishment project insofar as to proceed with the floor on the northern side only at this time.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
No way.
Well,
do you have a seconder? It lapses for the want of a seconder. I'm looking for a resolution. Move the Councillor Nelson and McLaughlin. You're moving the recommendation. Thank you. I would have been happily moved from the chair. I should have. Do you need any introduction, or are we over it?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll have an introduction from Mr.
Well, I'll speak to it briefly.
Okay.
Councillors, you had an information session last Wednesday where we spoke to this matter. As we indicated, there's an opportunity, I guess, in terms of putting the floor space in over the theaterette and what is the Organisational Development Office. So it sits behind the Marola Room and runs across to the back of the building. that's part of what's being proposed. At this point in time, that space would only be for storage space. So it would effectively be a floor area and some lighting. Proposal behind the council chambers, which is called the Civic Centre, civic area refurbishment. That's an area that, again, in the original proposal that came to council 12 or 18 months ago for this project, we were always obviously going to have a floor space in there, but we didn't have the funding provided in the budget to actually fit it out. We're now suggesting that there is an opportunity to fit it out and to provide alternative accommodation which allows the councillors' room, the mayor's office, a breakout room for councillors, and indeed a meeting space or a space where we have information sessions with councillors, all to be located in that precinct over there behind the council chambers. Now that makes a lot of sense. There will also be some additional space for the administration of this building as well, for the administration staff. So the proposal before you is that we do that now, finish this project once and for all, I guess. The space over the theatrette is there for future growth. Moving the councillors, etc., over into that civic precinct over there does free up space within the building downstairs where there is currently the councillors' room. It will also free up the Natai room and the Maria room that we're currently in for other alternative use for the staff or the organisation. So it offers a lot of opportunities to improve the functionality of this building, and it would be at a much lesser cost than if we came back and retrofitted this at a later time. So that's probably it for me.
Thank you. Any questions to start?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scandrett.
So the cost of the floor on the northern side, as per my unsupported motion, was 200,000, if I'm correct, Mr. Paul?
That's the estimate, yes.
Thank you. Okay, I am just going to briefly speak to this because I am firmly of the belief that this is the way to go. And I will make the comment that councillors have championed the fact that money has never been at a better rate and we are improving a public asset. And I think the Civic Centre, as much as can be seen, if we don't do anything, we can't even look after our own building. If we do anything, our council's building a monument to themselves. But let's face it, 1971 was a long time ago in relation to the age of this building. We are going to utilise the space, and as has been pointed out by more qualified people on council than me, and as councillors, that you do it when you can, and now we can. Let's finish the project and be proud of the finished product. Okay, councillors, Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be voting against this. We've got over $423 million in unfunded projects, and it is beyond me to understand why this budget for the northern side, the bit that is important to do now because of access and affordability, wasn't put in the original budget. The work on the southern side, above the old library, behind the Civic Centre, behind the chamber, can be fitted out at any time. I just think there's so many other projects out there that deserve our attention. And I note that you're happy to borrow for this. So I hope that in the briefing session we have in the new year regarding the budget, that we'll see the same thing. But there's halls, sports grounds, lights in sports grounds, and upgrades to playgrounds all over the Shire, which deserve attention. Now, you say here, Mr. Mayor, that we can't even look after our own building if we don't do this. Well, I haven't been on council for 26 years. I've been here 9 years, and I've watched the drips and the leaks in the chamber continually. I've watched the window frames around the building rot away because there's been no proactive maintenance there. And I think that, in a sense, is in fact quite irresponsible of us to have not maintained the building regularly. After all, we are asset managers. So I'll be voting against this. It's not to say anything against the work the staff have done. The inspection today was fabulous. The design is fantastic. All of those things are there, but there must be a balance. And in terms of this originally coming to council, it was under 10 million. And this 850 would have put a magic 10 in front of it. And I wonder if that's the reason why we're not doing it now. We must look after our community. They're telling us now. Right behind me, of course, is Station Street. That's just another big hole, 18.26 million. We need to focus on priorities out there. These could be delayed, but I am happy to have the floor structure on the northern side put down at the cost of 200,000, but nobody seconded it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Yes, well, that's the way the democracy works. Okay, all in favour of the recommendation, please raise your card. Carried, you not quite. No, it's not carried unanimously. Okay, carried. So we now move.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you get Councillor Halstead's vote?
No, my laptop just blacked out.
Okay,
I was against
so
sorry about that.
Against. Move on, that's all right. We move on to 122.
Mr. Mayor, I move the vote be recorded on that.
No, Councillor. I declare the motion carried.
I'm asking for the vote to be recorded.
We are on page 122, 12.1. Do not continually challenge the chair. The chair ruled that the motion was carried. 12.1. Applications determined. Move Councillor McLaughlin, seconded Councillor Scandrett. Is there any discussion on the ones being determined? And I put it all in favour. Those against, carried. 12.2, page 138. Development applications received. Councillor. Is now we wanted. Have we got the ones up that were to be called up, or?
Yep. Thank you.
And I just remind councillors, it will not come back to council until February. Right. So, moved by Councillor McLaughlin and seconded by Councillor Whipper that the applications be received.
Correction there, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor, were questions? Councillor Scandrett?
That's now corrected. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ta. Okay,
is there any further debate? Put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your card. Okay, carried. We move to 12.3, page 153. Draft Development Control Plan Amendments, Engineering Specifications. Moved. Councillor McLaughlin, seconded. Councillor Andrews. Is there any discussion?
Just a quick introduction to explain this to the general public, Mr. Mayor, might be worthwhile.
Mr. Pepe? Or Mr. Parks?
Thank you, and through the chair. So, councillors, the report relates to the recent public exhibition of amendments to council's development control plans in relation to engineering standards and specifications. So, by way of background, council has undertaken a comprehensive review of its engineering and construction specifications with the aim of improving the quality of infrastructure being delivered both by council and the development industry. So, as part of that process, to amend our development control plans to remove any inconsistencies and duplications between the DCP and the revised specifications. So we received one submission during the exhibition period. It related to the specifications, not the development control plan, and we're recommending that the DCP be adopted as exhibited.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Parks.
No comment, no questions. Then I'll put the recommendation.
Mr. Mayor. Question. Yeah, thank you. Just if I could, a question to Mr. Parks. Recently, I was called out to Berrima in relation to a development application. The engineering standards that were being applied overrode the development control plans themselves for Berrima. They seem to be a generic imposition of infrastructure that didn't take into consideration the characteristics or the DCP of Berrima. Is that the way this is going to go from this point, Mr. Mr. Parks?
Mr. Parks?
Through the Chair, so the way the DCP amendments have been written is that the development control plan prevails to the point of any inconsistency between the two. So that's how we've written the DCP, so that you can still maintain local character and areas where we've deliberately gone away from standards for particular reasons, whether it be character or heritage, the DCP will prevail to the point of any inconsistency.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. No further questions. Put the recommendation as moved by Councillor, I can't see, McLaughlin and Andrews. All in favour, please raise your card. It's a planning matter, so everybody has to vote. Carried unanimously. Yes. Okay. 12.4, page 158. Modification being condition updates for requested material change for concrete to crushed granite.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Happy to move that.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Moved Councillor Scandrett, seconded Councillor McLaughlin. Is there any debate or any comment to it? Well, I just can't support this one. I have a mantra that I see you, Councillor Whipper, that I believe that it's where we have the chance to concrete a footpath for those with disability, those on walking sticks, as well as those who can walk adequately, then I will support footpaths being sealed. And I know that there will be criticism of me by some Exeter residents, but I also know that those who use crushed granite and have a disability will perhaps not have the same belief. But that's mine, and I just wanted to make that comment because I have been contacted, like we all have, I think, in relation to this. But in my opinion, never miss a chance to seal a footpath. The same as you never miss a chance to seal a road, which we didn't do with Renallar Road in Burrardoo, because the residents objected. 6 years further on, there's complaints because those residents have moved out and they wanted a sealed road. Now, there were councillors Halstead and McLaughlin speaking for the recommendation. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yeah, I'm speaking for the recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Halstead, then I'll look at the Councillor Scandrett.
You know,
thank you.
Council, by its own suggested and its own, and give merit to our staff for a heritage village to not have concrete all through the place. Now, many times I've spoken about, we're talking about we're in a climate emergency, and the massive amount of carbon footprint that's tied up in concrete is just massive, let alone the cost of it. Now, I think the alternatives, and I've asked this many times, we as a council are supposed to be looking at ways to reduce our carbon footprint. This is one that we've got to take on board, where there's an alternative to concrete. Concrete's got a very good use, don't get me wrong, but not necessarily in footpaths. It lifts up. It's a trip hazard. It's not perfect, Mr. Mayor. It never has been. I can take you and show you footpaths in Bowral that have lifted up that are a massive trip hazard for someone in a wheelchair or whatever. Now, I don't know why you think crushed granite is so bad, because I've seen some perfectly good, you know, if it's stabilised with a good road base underneath it and put down correctly, there's no problems with it. Plus, it's so much cheaper. It's unique to this particular site of this village that we've maintained to be just that, crushed granite, for the reasons that the community wants it that way. And we've seen that. Now, the opportunity you say is to always put down concrete. You've got to get out of that mindset, because it's wrong. You know, I mean, I used to work for a cement company. I know how much energy goes into making cement, massive amount. You know, for every tonne of cement, we produce a tonne of CO2. You know, if we're serious about climate change, we should be looking at alternatives. But this is an opportunity to use a better alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. And the energy just explained then, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Halstead.
Yeah, look, I'm really amazed every time Councillor McLaughlin opens his mouth on this one, because there's a whole lot of other alternatives. You know, for example, if you put down a footpath in bitumen, yeah, it has a problem with trip and fall. Not too many of the court cases I dealt with over an 8-year period, looking at trip and fall on footpaths, was concrete a problem. It was usually something else that had been done to the concrete. Getting aside from that, I certainly believe in climate change, but you know what? I don't have the view that Councillor McLaughlin has, albeit obviously a major one, or, you know, arguable in some cases. Concrete has a life of 100 years, generally, minimum 50, you know, and there's all sorts of ways of treating the concrete. I mean, you can have patented concrete, you can have coloured concrete, but it's there for a long period of time. And Councillor Gare is 100% correct. If we don't do it, in most of the locations around the Shire, we get called back then, later on, to do the right thing and seal it or rectify a footpath. The biggest hazard of the lot is footpaths that are not sealed at all, or that have some sort of, like you mentioned there, crushed granite or whatever else. Sounds good, looks good. I had it on my driveway for years, and my God, was I glad to get rid of it. And, you know, concrete, put it down the right way. And I've noticed, for example, that just recently some concrete was placed on behalf of council. The right thing was done. It's about how you put the right construction joints in, what dummy joints you put in, and what base you put underneath it. It's there for a long period of time, and you don't get problems with trip and fall unless it's been planted next to a tree that has massive root structures. Now, I mean, I just can't believe that Councillor McLaughlin, who had a 50-year career committed to concrete, or making cement anyway, for a long period of time, and all of a sudden he's got this conscience about the environment and heritage lately. That's the latest train he's on, is a heritage one, which I agree with some of that. But this is just absolutely nonsense. I know it's not going to get anywhere, what I'm talking about, but I just can't believe that people still push this view that, you know, my God, we're going to have a crushed granite bridge. What next? A crushed granite bridge or whatever. I mean, it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Councillor, was it yes or was it yes? And then Councillor Turner. Are you speaking? Which way are you speaking, Councillor Gandon? For?
I move the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then as well, that's why I asked. You may be speaking for it.
Mr. Mayor, one of the parts of that motion is to also delete the requirement for bollards, not only concrete. Why? Because the village of Exeter is quite a unique destination. The people live there. They like what they have. In fact, there's over 200 metres of granite footpaths there at the moment, laid, as Councillor McLaughlin pointed out, on very heavily compacted road base. And that was done by this council last term when we renovated the hall and outside the general store and so on. But outside the hall, of course, not only is there 2 concrete pads for disabled people to park on, there is a huge area, which is the car park, and that was a specific decision of this council last term. It would be in the order of 1/4 of an acre by the time you finish all of that that's there. It's edged in timber. The granite is red granite, as per the report. And that's why there's been quite a lot of lobbying here to keep the unique character of Exeter. The surface in that car park is very stable. I've been there on very wet days after wet weather, and it is stable for all types of users, including wheelchairs, Councillor Halstead. It's not an issue there. Of course, a lot of the roads in Exeter and the footpaths in Exeter are on grass and on dirt, gravel, I should say. So it's not as if we're exposing ourselves only here. This should be put through just to keep faith with the people in Exeter who faithfully pay their rates, wanting a certain look there, and they don't normally ask a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Any other speakers? Councillor Turland, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. I'm just going through what we've just approved, the draft engineering development control plan, engineering specifications. And there's nothing here about footpaths, heritage, or anything. The only time I can find anything is a portion on page 47 that says this is to do with ungraded, unformed public road. And it goes on to say that in the case of access to single lots across the general taken of the 4 metre wide gravel surface road. The only time I can see in this new standards we've just approved as a draft, there's nothing in here about footpaths and heritage areas. So even I think what's going to happen tonight, this motion will get up. But I think if you're going to do something, one should actually put something in the draft DCP. That's a statement I think you need to take on notice, Mr. Deputy General Manager, because we've just got a draft and we're missing one of the things we're debating nearly 3 minutes after we just approved it. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I think it's fine. Gravel will be fine.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak?
Only to sum up, Mr. Mayor, and point out that.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll speak in favour of it as well. And the point that Councillor Turland raised, I think, is one that we need to be aware of. I'll give you an example if we follow standards. And I heard your statement, Mr. Mayor, that never miss an opportunity to build a footpath or to seal a road. Well, out at Jalore Street at Berrima, we did seal a road. And what we had to do is go back and unseal it to put down the appropriate road surface so it fitted in with the heritage of the village. So I think that in instances like this, we do need some discretion. And, you know, one size just doesn't fit all. So I think in this instance, I certainly support the gravel footpath as well.
All right, so Councillor Scandrett wants to sum up. Councillor Scandrett.
Just briefly, yes, that's a perfect example, Councillor Whipper, of resident preferences. And I think that is a part of our destination tourism strategy here, is the character of our small towns and villages. Here, it's also part of getting on with that development to resolve this issue, which is not supported. The concrete path is not supported in any form in the village. I've talked to a lot of people. There's no support for it. They want red granite and they don't want the bollards. Thank you.
They start falling on it.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. I put the recommendation as moved. All in favour, please raise your card. Councillors Nelson, McLaughlin, Turland, Scandrett and Whipper. Those against? Councillors Andrews, Halstead and Gare. Don't worry, there won't be a rescission motion. Carried. 12.5, proposed amendment to lease conditions for 1A Rainbow Street, Mittagong.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Whipper and seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Do you wish to say anything, Councillor Whipper?
No, I think it's self-explanatory, and I think it's a good move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I put the recommendation. Councillor Scandrett wants to speak. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the business paper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just reserve my right as an elected councillor to speak. Thank you. I was pleased that Councillor Whipper confirmed earlier today that at a future point, a men's shed or men's and women's shed, non-denominational, all people welcome, can be considered at a future meeting of the steering committee there. So I'm going to support this on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favour? Against? Carried. Councillor nominations for Southern Regional Planning Panel. I will put myself forward as being there for the last whatever.
I'd like to also nominate Mr. Mayor. I was on that panel for 3.5 years.
And
I'd like to nominate as well, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, nominating for chair, deputy chair. What way we all go?
Chair, just the delegate or the alternate.
It's just delegation.
Yeah, delegate.
There's no chair.
Yeah, you're right, Councillor Turley.
I'm happy to be an alternative, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And I'm happy to nominate as not as alternate.
Okay, you're nominating for chair?
No.
No chair. For the delegate, and then alternate will be nominated by Councillor McLaughlin. So is there anybody else wishing to put their hand up? Then I'll Councillor, all those in favour of Councillor Turlin, please raise your hand. Councillors Halstead and Turlin, those against? Well,
what are we voting for?
Yeah, it's not clear.
Voting for Councillor Gare.
Yeah.
Put it again. Put the vote again from the front.
And Mr. Mayor, I did nominate for that member, not as an alternate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've nominated. So all those in favour of Councillor Turlin, please raise your card. Councillors Halstead, Turlin and Scandrett. 3 votes. Those for Councillor Gare. Councillors Andrews, Whipper, Nelson, McLaughlin and Gare. Thank you. Thank you for that, councillors. Those voting for the alternate, which will be Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Scandrett. Is that correct, Councillor Scandrett?
Mr. Mayor, I did put myself up as a member of the committee. I'll say that for the second time.
All councillors voted. So
the tape will show that I corrected you.
Councillor Scandrett,
you've done the training. You've done the training, Mr. Mayor.
He did. He nominated himself. He nominated himself like you and I did.
You can't vote twice.
You can't vote twice.
Yeah, but he nominated himself as, and you didn't give him a chance.
But then he. Oh,
Mr. Mayor, the tape will show that I nominated myself like Councillor Turlin, like you did.
No, you didn't have any. You voted for Councillor Turlin.
Because you didn't let him in.
Councillor Turlin.
The tape will show the history of this, Mr. Mayor.
You can't do this, Councillor Scandrett. You can't vote twice.
He thinks he can.
I refer you to the tape and the votes, Mr. Mayor. It's quite clear on the tape what I voted for.
Oh, move on, Mr. Mayor. Come on.
Yeah, get on with it. My God.
We're not getting proper voting procedure here. Class.
Do not continually challenge the chair, Councillor Scandrett. You voted for Councillor Turland.
I did not, Mr. Mayor.
You did.
Move on, Mr. Mayor.
Of course he did.
Okay, I am now taking the deputy position as alternate, is Councillor McLaughlin. Is there any other nomination?
I'll withdraw.
Okay, then if there is no other nomination for alternate, then I declare Councillor McLaughlin alternate. Thank you. Oh, councillors, it's up to you to remember how you voted, not up to me to tell you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, here we go.
Code of conduct complaints statistics.
Move that way, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
There is no point of order.
You haven't heard it, and you're not complying with the agreement made in the performance improvement order.
Councillor Scandrett, I made my ruling, and if I've made my ruling, I've made my ruling.
Well, you made your ruling, you can lie on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Code of conduct, moved Councillor McLaughlin, seconded Councillor Nelson. Is there any discussion on the complaint statistics? Councillor Scandrett.
Well, Mr. Mayor, what a waste of money this has been. Again, you know, like the performance improvement order, I predict will be seen to be over 80 grand. And again, what are the outcomes from this other than internal biff-ups, if you can put it that way, fights amongst councillors over territory instead of getting on with the job? I think it's very sad that we've spent this amount of money on this. Very sad. And I know there's one matter unresolved. Would that be the matter where we didn't have a quorum? A matter where there was not a legitimate quorum? Thank you.
You're not to comment on codes of conduct, Councillor Scandrett. You know that. That's why we had the training exercise. And yes, I do agree with you. It is a shame that that money had to be spent. Councillor Turner.
I just want to make a comment here, and clearly that the acting general managers had nothing to do with any of these complaints because they were not made when he was in the chair, and therefore no criticism should be labelled at the acting general manager in any form.
Yes, I agree with that totally, Councillor Turner. Point made. So it's been moved by Councillor McLaughlin and Nelson. Put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. All councillors say Councillor Scandrett. Minutes of the Finance Committee on page 206, 16.1. Somebody moved Councillor Nelson, Councillor Whipper. Any discussion on the correctness of the finance minutes or business? Then I put it. All in favour. Those against, carried. If we move to 16.3, minutes of the audit risk.
16.2.
16.2.
217. Traffic Committee.
Traffic Committee. Move Councillor Halstead. Seconded Councillor Nelson. Is there any questions in relation to the Traffic Committee to Councillor Halstead or correctness of the minutes? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think it was raised today with regard to the visibility on Kirkham Road for the stop signs. Maybe just take that on board, Councillor, with Halstead, with regard to the dangers of people stopping at that sign and haven't gotten the visibility to see oncoming traffic. So that needs to be rectified. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McLaughlin.
Major impetus. Yep.
All right, so you've got that one, Councillor Halstead, but it's being recorded in the minute, so that will come up. Traffic engineer will pick up on that. Put that all in. Councillor Turner.
If I may ask two questions, if I may, and one is the parking restrictions in Kirkham Road, Barrel, and also the Ascot Road car parking. I'm just jumping between the pages now. Kirkham Road here is on page 229.
229. Right, yeah. Read it out.
Well, basically it says that council installed 30-minute time parking restriction 7 days in 7 spaces. So that's...
Okay, can I ask Councillor Halstead to refer to that?
Look, that was a consideration which the staff put before the committee, and quite frankly, I agree with it. It's only 7 spaces, and I think it's going to help with the turnover in the area. I don't know what concern you might have, Councillor Turlin. If you have, could you let me know?
I'm just trying to work out where it is in Kirkham Road, Willow Road intersection. Is that
south of Willow Road?
So it's down the bottom towards...
Yep, it's only a small section.
And the other good thing is the changes to the parking at Ascot Road for the hospital.
Oh, absolutely. That I'm glad you brought that up. I won't go into any detail because I could go on for a long period of time and I won't, but that's absolutely fundamental and common sense.
Yep, it's on page 225.
In fact, the mayor would remember the discussions we had a long time ago with Department of Health when they were going to do a lot more work in that area. But we've come to the point, of course, where they've got money being spent on the hospital, which is good. And, we're going to solve a problem for them in the interim. But I think then we should still pursue the department in terms of future parking spaces and better movement. But at the moment, the proposal there is, I think, is good, and I don't think it should be of any concern to too many people.
But we're not road closing it like.
No. It's only
right.
closing it to one way, and obviously we've consulted everybody, including the bus companies and what have you, and for the bus companies, and there really was no great opposition to it.
It's good.
Common sense.
Good.
Okay, Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, look, there is some logic. It's not down the bottom of Kirkham Road. It's actually at the top where Thesper is. It's that corner. On the other corner where these spaces are relates to the trophy shop and also the takeaway. Now, the takeaway does get a bit of use there. So I'm not sure that we needed 7 spaces, but of course the real effect here is that all the arguments we've had about...
Councillor Scandrett, please, we are not accepting the minutes. If you have a question...
My question is, how does this affect the alternate parking for Station Street that was proposed in Kirkham Road?
Has no effect, and I'll tell you what, I'm just wondering whether we ought to engage you as a consultant to the Traffic Committee, Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you.
Tongue in cheek.
No further questions, and I've put the minutes all in favour, against, carried. 16.3 minutes of the Audit Risk and Improvement Advisory Committee. Councillor moved Councillor Nelson and seconded Councillor Andrews. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Then Councillor Turlin. No? None? Put the recommendation, all in favour? Carried. We move to 16.4, Management Advisory Committee Reports, to page 246. Move Councillor Whipper and Scandrett. Is there any questions to it? And I put them all in favour. Carried. We move on to page 17, 247, 17.1, questions with notice, Station Street traffic count. Councillor Turlin.
Well, I'm going to put the motion now in relation to the question. And the motion that I want to put is that where I've got has council undertaken, that council undertakes an updated traffic count on all roads leading into Station Street. So it's the same words, but just changing that council undertakes an upgrade.
I'll second that.
Okay, look, you'll have to put a rider on it that goes to finance. Mr. Paul has indicated there is going to be financial implications.
Okay, that's fine. Let me finish and then I'll put down the bottom that it goes to the Finance Committee. And that the second part of it is that council surveys the traffic from Oxley Hill Road as to why they are using that road and destination both ways, north in the afternoon, morning and night. Which is exactly the same words as the question, but just changing it to that instead of has.
Okay, all right, well that's your recommendation.
And the last one is that council, that an updated budget and changes be advertised to the public to comply with council's public consultation policy.
All right, do you have a seconder?
Got a seconder. And the last one is that it goes to the Finance Committee.
Seconded, Councillor Halstead.
Mr. Mayor, it says Councillor Scandrett.
Well, yes, but Councillor Turlin is putting forward a new recommendation.
Yes, and I seconded that motion.
I don't have a problem, Mr. Mayor. He can second what he likes.
Thank you.
Yes, you've been put forward. All right. Is there any debate?
I'd just like some clarification on the second point.
No. Okay. The
council provides an updated budget and advertising to comply with council's public consultation.
Mr. Mayor? That needs to say translation.
Yeah, look, I could have supported the first bit for another a traffic count. That would have been fine, but I think some of the other things that we've dealt with in confidential, we're waiting on ministerial approval, aren't we? So I don't think I can support the motion. But if 2 and 3 and 4, 2 and 3 were taken out, I could. But yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me clarify, Councillor McLaughlin. As you know, nothing's going to happen to February next year. Nothing. And so we're not having a meeting to February next year. So any advertisement on the changes in the budget will be in February next year. Not going to be done in December. It's not going to be done in January. It's going to be done in February. And as we know, there will be different meetings that council's going to hold with ministers in between this period. And so I'm just putting forward that we make sure that the community gets advertised on all changes and budgetary information, but also the most important thing is to get some surveys done in relation to the traffic coming down from Oxley Hill. And I'll talk to you that in a minute in the debate. But that's the reason why I've got those 4 things in at this point in time.
Could I just ask the mover if the word after budget in point 3 should say on Station Street, or after both those points? Budget and changes to Station Street.
Well, it's all to do with Station Street anyway.
Well, just be precise.
Okay, if you want that in there, that's fine. Doesn't worry me.
All right. So you've got a seconder. Is there any debate?
Yeah, 5 minutes if I can, or 3 minutes, whatever you want to give me. Look, the issue here is that having discussions with quite a few of the people that come down Oxley Hill Road coming into Barrel, they obviously go up Kirkham Road. And when you speak to the parties, you find out that most of them in the morning and the afternoon are parents taking their children to school. Not just the input of people going to work, it's the parents taking their kids to school. They come from the west, They come down Oxford Hill Road, they come from Berrima, and then they come along Kirkham Road and they line up at the bridge to turn right to take their children to Chev, Oxley, Christian, Barrow High School. That's what the parents do, and a lot of the traffic coming down that section of the road is all caused by the parents taking their kids to school. And you'll find the same thing in the afternoon, at least when they come back again, if the lights are in favour, they can do the slip lane and turn left, go over Wingecarribee Bridge, up Kirkham Road, and they're on the way home. So until we do a survey to find out what and who is actually using that road, we don't know. But that's the discussions I've had with quite a few of the parents that bring their kids to school in the morning. And I think even Councillor Andrews mentioned to me that in the afternoon, that street and in the morning gets quite cluttered. And I believe it's from parents. But if nobody had done the survey to find out who's actually using it, we're only guessing. Now, in the same report you've got here, clearly it says that the second bridge in Wingecarribee Street is an integral part. It's also part of the Wicklow Circular 36, which was the 25th of September, was provided to councillors. Clearly says that everything relates back to the second bridge over Wingecarribee Street. Now, we already know that Waringe Road Bridge is going to be 7.5 metres from the rail to the other side of the bridge. We already know that the same discussion which I brought up before clearly shows that the second bridge in Wingecarribee Street was an integral part of the whole platform and program. As Frank has told us before, it's going to be very hard to build it. You can't rise to it and you can't get off it at 7.5 metres. And anybody that tells me that you can build a bridge and lift it later, a 100-tonne bridge in concrete, is dreaming. It cannot be done. That statement's been made. It cannot be lifted at a later date. So that's just crazy la-la thinking. But the biggest problem is you cannot rise onto the second bridge from Station Street because it's about 2 metres to 2.5 metres higher than the current bridge. And you can't exit into Kirkham Road. So what we've got is a major problem because what's happened, all your modelling shows the second bridge is an intricate part. And if you can't do it, the whole thing has collapsed. So my suggestion or my motion is that we survey, not just count their cars, survey them. And that can be done by going to the schools and asking for a questionnaire to this. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, if there's any no other speakers, Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't agree with trying to do council business with notices of motion. And now I don't agree with doing council business by questions with notice. Staff can't talk. If it was an information session, we could talk about it. Staff could talk. Questions could be asked. Then that'd be fine. But I can't support this at all. Thank you.
All right. If there's no further debate, Councillor Scamborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, of course, this is a very logical approach from Councillor Turland. I support it. Why? Because we need more information. It's been 3 years since we did that Friday survey on traffic in Station Street and coming in to Station Street. It was a very limited survey, and I continue to say this project is a disaster. 18.26 million based on a whole lot of hot air, my words, not stats. There's no real stats there. So that's why we need to do that. And we need to update the budget and the changes to Station Street. They haven't been consulted with the community since September 2017, despite massive changes. And I mentioned 18.26 million as being the latest incarnation of the Station Street budget, double what it was set out to be, double. I have no idea where this is going to go, but the budget that is on Station Street, but we need this information. And if it's premeditated on being able to build additional bridge crossings at Wingecarribee Street, well, you've just heard from Councillor Turland some very hardcore engineering. No, it can't be built successfully there. And of course, we know we can't get additional lands from the ARTC to even facilitate that. So I continue to say this project, the Station Street project, is a massive problem. I only can look forward to next year when all of this comes out. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further speakers, do you want to write a reply, Councillor Turlin? No. Then I put the recommendation. All in favour of Councillor Turlin's recommendation, please raise your card. Councillor Turlin, Whipper, Scandrett and Halstead. Those against. Councillors Andrews, McLaughlin, Nelson and Gare. I'll use my casting vote to defeat the motion. So the motion is now defeated. Now, we move on to questions with notice, page 17.2. Notice 49 2020 bushfire update. Councillor Turlin.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank the Acting General Manager for a very, very detailed response. And I think that's fantastic because what it does, it will show our community that we now have this year in hand as best we can. And I also look at page 252, and it's the question which related to have we implemented the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry Statement plus the Royal Commission. And again, I'm very pleased with the report that's been put forward. So at the bottom of the recommendation, it says to be noted, I wish to also thank the Acting General Manager for a detailed report for our community.
Thank you, and I think you're right, Councillor Turlin. There should be acknowledgement of that report. I'm not sure who's put it together, but as you said, it is something the community are very aware of. And I also have a response I wrote to Martin Sutton in relation to your question on Monday, and Mr. Surrey responded to me. They're doing, but roughly in the same vein, and is making the point that it would be very much supported if water tanks, static water tanks, were placed in those villages without town water, such as Balmoral, Wigelow and Penrose.
Add that to the motion.
Oh, well, can we? I don't think there's a need, but you can promote it, and I'll be promoting it, and I think the village associations will do.
Well, can we put on the bottom there that council undertakes the opportunity of engaging for those water tanks to be?
Well, how about, I'll ask Mr. Paul to make a comment to that, because I think the wording can be altered that it is being done at this very time. Mr. Paul.
Councillor Turlin and Councillor, just to inform, those free static water tanks projects that we are working on at present. We're looking to use federal government funding to make that happen, so it's on foot.
So do you want that put in the, well, let's put it in the response. Yeah, Councillor.
Put that statement in there that similar to what you wish to say, Mr. Paul. The council's undertaking.
Well, the council knows that council staff are undertaking to facilitate the installation of 3 static water tanks at Penrose, Balmoral and Wigelow Village.
Wigelow, good, excellent, fine.
Yep. I'd like to second that and speak, please.
Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm delighted to see this question being asked because it's fundamentally the same question I asked in the last meeting about preparation for the bushfire season, which of course you just dismissed. But it's great that Councillor Turlin has managed to get this.
Councillor Scandrett, don't verbal me. Councillor Turlin made a comment against me earlier on, so don't you verbal me, please.
Well, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. But the tape.
It's a habit.
Anyway, the question I wanted to raise in this, seeing you've asked the General Manager for feedback, is we also have a motion on the books to investigate the supply of water to the villages, Penrose, Wigelow and Balmoral, which I take is part of this water supply to tanks, but it also included extending it to suitably distanced homes in each of those villages. Could the General Manager, Acting General Manager, advise what is happening with that, please?
The Acting General Manager is not in the room.
Mr. Mayor, we'll take
He's
it on
gone
notice.
for a headache tablet.
We'll take it on notice.
Okay, we'll take it on notice.
Thank you. If it could be in the weekly circular, thank you.
Take it on notice. Thank you, Councillor Scandrett.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a gag on long debates? We're running out of time. We still have to deal with confidential.
Look, Councillor, I've been trying to facilitate the councillors. You know, as the old saying is, put a sock in it, but most councillors have taken note, but some the councillors that...
They love to hear their own voices, don't they? All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Wound up record. Can we put the recommendation moved by Councillor Turland and Scandrett, all in favour, those against carried. And now we're going to move on an extension of time because we're going to run out of time, and I'll make it until 8 o'clock. Councillor Whipper moved, seconded Councillor Nelson, put it, all in favour, those against carried. We'll see if we can get through it. Question with notice, unsealed road maintenance, Councillor Turland.
Look, it's interesting when you do the mathematics. 1.5 million divided by 320 kilometres, it's 4,687 per kilometre per year. Now that's not a lot when you've got to bring gravel and rest in. May I just clarify a question? Is the 1.5 million, is that a government grant we get in, or do we actually come out of our general rates?
It's general rates.
So we allocate 1.5 million. And I heard before on the Moreton Park issue that it's every 18 months that we maintain the roads. So really, it's probably it's nearly 2 years, not every year. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. You've answered the question. That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much.
You're moving the recommendation?
Yep.
Seconded by Councillor Nelson. Is there any discussion? Then
I've just got a cramp. That's why I'm standing.
All right, put back on it, Councillor Turland. All in favour? Those against? Question with notice. Council policy and codes. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, we have an answer there. I look forward to seeing what is updated in this space in the new year. Obviously, a lot of interest in how we work with our codes and policies.
Oh my God!
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, about this time, I am sending satchels around with Bex, Vincent's, and Aspirin. All in favour of the recommendation, please raise your card. Against? You've got to have a seconder. Who's going to second it? You're going to second it, Councillor McLaughlin. Okay, now I'll put it all in favour. Against, carried. Notice of motion, amendment to page 256. Councillor Whipper is giving notice to move the following motion. Well, Councillor Whipper, and I know there's been discussion off screen on this, so prior to the meeting, I mean, it is your recommendation. Do you have a second? Councillor Scandrett has seconded. Then Councillor Whipper, Councillor McLaughlin. You're on mute.
Take me out of the meeting, then, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor McLaughlin declared a conflict.
Yeah, I'll leave.
Great, you're out.
You're out. You're gone. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, just on this one, I know that there has been some suggestion that that we might have an information session early in the year.
Councillor, I just want to get this recorded. Councillor Scandrett has left the meeting as well. No, he's back.
Okay.
He left the meeting, so he got to record him. He's leaving the meeting.
He's left the meeting and he has returned.
Shall we let the dog in, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, it's still got to be recorded, Mr. Councillor Scandrett. Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, look, I think there's general support and concerns over section 7.2, but I do believe that there was a suggestion that we might have an information session in February of next year so that we can get some more information around this. I'm happy to change my notice of motion to reflect that fact that councillors have a briefing session in relation to Part 7, Section 2 of the Windsor Carriby LEP, and after that briefing session, make a determination.
Okay, so let's go to your change of notice of motion. I'll be happy enough to support that. While that's going up, I'll just briefly speak to it. I wouldn't be able to support that bigger change to the LEP proposal as a notice of motion, but I'll happy enough to have an information session, Councillor Whipper, and look at the options and what other options may be available. So I'll go along with on that regard. So if you need any, you're watching that go up, Councillor Whipper?
I am, yep.
Would anybody else like to make comment while that's going up? Right, it doesn't seem to be. I think Councillor House said.
Yeah, just an early version of what I was going to say, or probably will say at that session. I think we're witnessing the complete destruction of the amenity in our local Highlands neighbourhood or locality, whatever you like. I mean, you can see already that it only takes one or two to start this off, and then people come out of the woodwork looking for corner blocks. First of all, when I did my research some time ago, I found there's a lot of councils don't have this clause, and they're irrespective of what the planner said some time ago. And I know he didn't put it there, but it's a matter that must be debated very seriously.
Point taken. Okay, if there's no, you happy with that changing wording, Councillor Whipper?
I am, Mr. Mayor, but point two would be that after that briefing session, that council make a determination on this matter. I just think that needs to be captured so that we can, you know, sort of hear, I think, in more detail, the implications of this, the pros and the cons, and how we move forward. So I know that it's something that Councillor Halstead has a strong belief in as well. So I look forward to that information session and moving forward on this.
Thank you. Councillor Turley.
Would I dare to suggest that we get some advice from the Department of Planning in relation to what is proposed in front of us? Should that be part 3?
Mr. Pepe.
Councillor, look, we could do that, but this is a local clause that was put in by the council under the LEP 2010. So it's a matter for council to decide. It doesn't really impact the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment in any way.
Does it have to go to the Department of Planning for ratification?
Yes. If council resolves to remove that clause, then yes, it's a planning proposal that requires to go for a gateway determination to the department.
So they could still refuse it unless we communicate with them earlier.
That's right. And they may well instruct council to look at its housing strategy to see how it might compensate for other housing choices.
Look, all I'm trying to get at, instead of wasting a lot of time and then finally we spend all the time and effort that we can't get it through the system, and there's another, the planning department comes up with a as you just said, a different proposal that we need to look at. Should we put it past the planning department earlier than going through the expense of getting all this done and finding out that it doesn't get past the process of the planning department? Ask first, know the answer.
If that's what you want to move, councillor, we can send a letter to them and ask and give them a heads up that this is what council's intentions are, and see if they'll give us some advice beforehand. And we can, if we get that back in February, that can be part of those discussions.
Okay, part 3, Councillor Whipper and Scandred, I think you need to add that to it without wasting a lot of time and money.
Councillor Scandred, Councillor Whipper, as the mover, are you prepared to accept that?
I know that Councillor Halstead wanted to say something before I respond to that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Halstead.
I certainly was going to move a comprehensive or do a comprehensive investigation of this during the month of January and put it up, but Councillor Whipper's stolen my thunder to some extent. I don't mind that, but I'm not too sure I agree with number 3. If you want a way of ensuring it doesn't happen, you'll put it before the department before you actually consider it. The other issue that I wanted to make a comment is about that Mr. Mark Pepping told us at a meeting some time ago that this was part of the template, which if one has a look at the original template, it was certainly in there, but it wasn't applied across the whole state. So I'm not too sure it would be considered to be one that was local, as you've just indicated, Mr. Pepping.
Okay. All right. Let's see if we can speed this up. If the mover is happy with this?
So, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, based on what Councillor Halstead said, I think I'll just settle for 1 and 2. Let's have that discussion first, and if we need to, then involve the Department of Planning after that.
Okay, so Councillor Turlin, Councillor Whipper is not accepting your point 3.
I'll move it as the whole 3 as an amendment then.
Okay. Are you moving? Do you have a second? Councillor Andrews. Okay. I think we've debated it around about. All in favour of the amendment, please raise your card. Councillors Andrews, Nelson and Turlin. Those against. Councillors Whipper and Gare. That's 1, 2, 3. Where's the 5th?
Councillor McLaughlin's out.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Councillor McLaughlin's out. So I declare the the amendment defeated. Now put the motion on the motion. Please raise your card. It's a planning matter, really, this one. So all councillors save Councillors Turlin and Andrews, and noting that Councillor McLaughlin is absent. 18.2. Yes, read the Councillor McLaughlin. While Councillor McLaughlin is coming in, 18.2, you there, Councillor?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we're on page 257. Notice of motion, Bonbon Street improvements. Councillor Scandred has moved the recommendation. Does he have a seconder? Is there a seconder for councillors?
That'd be noted, I guess.
Councillor Turlin. Again, is there a great deal of time to, do you need a great deal of time to debate, Councillor Scandred? Councillor Scandred?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you. It's fine.
Okay, so I'll ask for those in favour of the recommendation of Councillor, all those in favour of the notice of motion, please raise your card.
The motion would be noted, I think.
Or is it, well, the motion is, there it is on the bottom.
The amendment would be that it be noted.
Yeah, so who's moving an amendment?
No, that's not the motion. That's a response. There is no motion. So the motion would be that it be noted, Mr. Mayor.
No, but he's moving his motion. It's a notice of motion.
Yes.
It's a notice of motion. Are you moving that it be noted, Councillor Scandrick?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I thought that was understood.
Okay, so you can move that. So all in favour of the that it be noted, please raise your card. Okay, carried. Now, if we move on to page 18.2, notice of motion, Bonbon Street improvements. Oh no, we've gone that one. We've just done it. Right at 23. Notice of motion 43/2020 local strategy and local strategic planning statement. Councillor Whipper.
I'm looking for somebody to second the motion. I'm happy to speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do you have a second?
I'll second it for debate.
Well, Councillor Halstead has seconded it. Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm just following through on this because I've had a lot of people, quite a number of people, approach me in relation to at least re-exhibiting the proposed land release in Robertson, northeast Robertson. They're feeling a little bit aggrieved that they, during the middle of COVID, that we made a decision. Now, I did note also, Mr. Mayor, that when I was off on leave, sick leave, that we revisited Colo Vale, and I missed an opportunity because of my absence to raise this at that point in time. I note the response from staff suggesting that we might look at dealing with this in February and putting it back out on out for consultation and then tie these all up together. I think that makes a lot of sense, Mr. Mayor. So I'm happy to change the motion slightly. The council resolves to review the proposed release area in Robertson, that this review include consultation with the wider Robertson community in February, and that a report be prepared and brought back to council for the after the consultation occurs, and that the report include consultation in relation to both Robertson and Colo Vale. So I think if we can tie that together, I think it'd be probably make a lot more sense, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, Mr. Pepping is currently having a look at it now.
Yep, okay.
Do you have a seconder?
I believe Councillor Halstead did second that. Yeah.
Halstead, now there's two questions, one from Councillor Nelson and one from Councillor Scandrick.
No question from me, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to vote for it.
Okay. Councillor Scandrick, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the matter of Colo Vale, which was just mentioned, the resolution was to re-examine 2 sites there, and we suddenly found ourselves re-examining 3 sites. I'd like to be very sure that that won't happen with this, and when the matter is reported back to council, we only focus on what was in the resolution, i.e. the 2 sites in Colo Vale and this one here.
That will be up to council, Councillor Scandrick.
Well, I'm asking a question then, Mr. Mayor. Why was the 3rd Wattle Street area included, contrary to the resolution, in the Colo Vale matter?
That I cannot take on. I'll have to wait for Mr. Pepping, who's trying to get Councillor Whipper's motion in a...
I can wait, Mr. Mayor.
You're watching this, councillors?
Yeah.
Can I just have a question?
Councillor Turlin.
The bottom paragraph the council staff have written on page 258, that should be the motion. Basically, it's saying
It's Councillor Whipper who's, it's his motion.
And I understand that, but when you read it, what I'm trying to say is that when you read it,
I know.
Clearly what it says is that you bring them both back at the same time in February. So
yeah,
why
well,
it
will be February. So consultation in February 20, and then the reported outcomes of both Colavale consultations, blah, blah,
there
blah.
it is. There it is there. There it is
Yeah.
there. It's in the system.
I think that ties it up, yeah.
Could I have a question, Larry? Councillor Whipper?
Councillor
Yeah. Would Councillor Whipper add to that the third one that the consultation with the community of Robertson be also include a public meeting subject to COVID-19?
Let's have the information session.
Well, I think, Mr. Mayor, that could be done at the briefing or the when we have that discussion around it, because I think there needs to be some sort of process, so like we've done in the past, to include all that consultation with the community. I don't think it necessarily needs to be a public meeting, but certainly consultation of the wider community. And I think we can knock that out when we have the meeting in February. So I take the point that Councillor Scandrett raises. I think we need that wider consultation, but I don't think it needs to be a public meeting, Mr. Mayor.
No, it took place in Colavale as a series of meetings.
Councillor Scandrett, it's 7:45, councillors. We have to go into close. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour of Councillor Whipper's resolution as seconded by Councillor Halstead, please raise your card. We will record these because it is planning. All in favour, Councillor Turland, how are you voting? How are you voting, Councillor Turland? It's a planning matter.
He's muted.
He's muted. You muted yourself.
There's 5 votes for.
No, it can't be 5-4. There's not 9 councillors, Councillor.
There are 5 votes voting in favour.
I'm asking for those who are voting in favour to hold up your card, to keep your cards up. Okay, Councillors Turland, Halstead, McLaughlin, Scandrett, Whipper, and those against is Councillor Nelson. Right, thank you.
Yeah, you may as well send the strategic planning staff home.
Well, they don't get their own way all the time.
I move that we go into close. Move Councillor Whipper, seconded Councillor McLaughlin. So farewell to all those who have been absolutely riveted to this last exciting episode of Wingecarribee 2020, and may we see you next year in the council chambers at 21, and may you all have a very festive and peaceful, joyous Christmas.
Mr. Mayor, we will be coming back after closed, won't we?
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. One day you may be able to be in a position that you don't talk so much.
He considers himself the quasi-chairman, Mr. Mayor.
Would somebody like to, I'll put the recommendation and noting that we will be coming out of closed committee after this session. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Right.